starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into the show. This is some extra sauce with your boys, my homies. Triple R and Kedz is up in the building, ready to rip and roar tonight, man. Coming fresh off that Green Bay victory. We fast forwarded right into the offseason real fast. And the head coaching search got into full throttle like right away. We got somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 17 candidates on the board so far. We're going to talk about some of the ones that we haven't had a chance to speak to because it's probably been about, say about 8 to 10, maybe a little bit more names that have gotten on the ledger so far. You know, we haven't had a chance to talk about some of the more immediate conversations that we had. Like Mike Vrabel is the hot topic right now, but we'll talk about every last one of them and get into it in earnest, man. And thank you guys for being here. I could not wait to get in here and do this show, man, because it's so much to talk about and so many different opinions with all of us and what we think about these guys. What do we think about them as, you know, their systems and, you know, what do they bring to the table as a head coaching candidate? Or is it actually, you know, there's some, I've been hearing this for several years that some of the head coaching searches are information gathering operations sometimes. And then there's also the idea that, you know, guys have similar agents or same agents and will do an interview for a guy just to get that person some reps. May not even be a serious candidate, you know, but give him the reps of knowing what it requires to do a NFL head coaching job interview so that when that person's time comes, he has an idea to lay of the land, right? And so, you know, that whole thing is interesting to me altogether, but there's a word out there that says, you know, it's only a handful of these guys or less, 3 to 4 guys that are serious candidates. But Trip, your camera is a little bit off. If you can, or you just out the screen on purpose?
No, you got this little round shit going on.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Check the private chat, man. I can fix that if you want me to. Or Nick, Nick, you can move it back to a square if you want to. Just go to.
There you go. Now we're talking.
But let me pass it on to the Canuck for some pleasantries, man, before we get going.
Yeah, squares not circles, circles not squares. So it's good. Hey, man, it's a week after we whooped the Packers. Everybody's saying that the Bears have one up on the Packers for the rest of the season and for the 2025 year and all that. You know, Bears have bested the Packers in the year 2025. This is fantastic news. And that just pushes us right into the offseason, and here we go. We start to dissect and get into the minutia of each one of these coaches, who's who in the zoo, why, when, where, and what. But I'm just going to kind of preface everything with this. I have zero faith these guys will get anything done correctly. This is my preface. I was left after the pressers this week and hearing from polls and these guys. I have no faith in any of this, but we're gonna do the exercise anyhow, and we'll see what happens. And bear down, like straight up and down. I knowing the show is popping off, I had to go get alcohol immediately. So we're gonna do this thing the right way and see what happens. But let me give you guys a little bit of love for y'all. Hey. Big ups to X Crimson, jumping in early. My guy, the Black Diamond, what it do, brother? Marlon Johnson's out there, the Crooked Commish. Shout outs to you, bro. Thanks for jumping in. Jay Capone, the Don. What's popping, Jay Capone? Our guy, Super No Maniac. Joseph Archer's out there. Relentless Mikey, Mr. Mayhem. Yo, let's start talking about this stuff here. So I can get a second. A re-up on this alcohol here, Triple R. How are things? How's it going? What do you think, man?
Hey, what up to everybody on the panel? All the no maniacs. Make sure you are subscribed to Sports Chicago Style. How you doing? It was always good to see a victory. Well, not always good because it's been a long fucking time since we've seen a victory. But it is good to see a victory. Don't give a damn about draft position at the time. The confidence and the feel good on just getting that weight off your shoulders of just loss after loss times 10. And then going into the offseason, at least on a positive note, as positive as you can with 5 wins. So the cohesion between DJ or seeing how they were trying to feed DJ was nice. Like knowing that, you got to get this kid the ball. And
somehow. Yeah.
Right. Wade's still too much of Keenan Allen for the last game of the season, which he's going to be a free agent. But, that's not their issue. They just playing to win ball games. Cole Kmet still doesn't exist to Caleb Williams. I don't know what that's all about. But, yeah, it was going into the offseason. Here we are. And now the attention turns to all the coaches, which we shall get to. So, looking forward to a nice evening of thoughts and discussion. Not really debate because ain't nobody hiring nobody here. So, we really don't have no final say. You know what I'm saying? So, ain't no need to
the truth of the matter.
all that worked up about it. So, yeah. Go ahead.
What's funny about this whole thing is, it's like it's an odd feeling, man. And before we get all the way into it, I'm gonna talk to you guys about life. Let's talk about life first. But I want to say this before we do that. It seems to me like there's this energy around this fan base and I think the reporters steer it. They kind of typically set the tone as to where the most of the Bears fans, thoughts and stuff might lay. And it's straight criticism and understandably, you got an organization that has had, 5-6 coaches in so many odd years. Continuity is a big deal in my opinion, because if you don't have that or a certain level of that, I think you struggle overall. Your whole organization struggles. And all the complaints and about polls and the owners and all this kind of stuff, it's really irritating to me. I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because it's just like at 4-2, when it seemed like the win was behind ourselves, you didn't hear none of this shit. None of it. Everything was good. Everybody seemed to be knowing what they're doing. Everybody was competent at that job. Fast forward a couple injuries moving forward. Fast forward, Caleb Williams hitting a wall. Fast forward to Tyreek Stevenson, having a bad play and, Flus's reaction to it. And that was the thread that kind of unloosened everything. And all of a sudden, we end up in this situation where we're 5 and whatever. And everybody's talking about nobody knows what they're doing. I don't trust them inside House Hall. They don't know what they're doing. That's BS, man, because I didn't hear none of that when we were 4-2. So be clear. You complain, people complain because they can. You know what I mean? But when everything is good, you don't hear all that kind of stuff. But when it goes bad and when it went all the way left, you got a right to complain. But where was all that energy when we were 4-2 and it seemed like we had the win behind ourselves? That's what I want to know.
I can tell you.
Don't be a creature of the moment.
You're free, Triple R. You go, bro.
Go for it.
Well, winning, baby. You know what I'm saying? You winning, it's all good. You can look for the holes and all that, but when you're losing, it's like, what do we have to look forward to? Why should we trust any decision when over the last how many decades has it been since they fielded a winning team that was like, all right, well, now it's going to be a positive thing. Now they're going to get it right. It's like, oh, get the fuck out of here, George. Why are you in these meetings? Why are you going to the interviews? You're going to leave the football stuff to football people. Why y'all got a whole council of people hiring this coach? And it just looks like, well, shit, we've been the consultant route. We've been the, friends of agents route. And we've hired people off the street, out of Craigslist. I don't know, whatever the fuck. And none of that shit has worked. And so, now you look at it and it's like
Craigslist coach.
these motherfuckers have not earned any benefit of the doubt in Hallis Hall over these decisions. So it's kind of like, this is our team, and we're not going to bail and just start rooting for another team. Well, some of us won't, others have. I ain't saying no names. But this is our squad, and so it's like eventually we're going to get it right? But everything that we've seen, and it's like there's nothing that I saw from this press conference that inspires confidence in me going forward. It's like a lot of, CYA going on up in there. And it's like, come on, fellas, we just want to win football games. And I'm not feeling that. And I think that's why the fan base is, well, I mean, it's Chicago. It's negative to start with, beyond football. That's just the attitude in general.
Yeah,
but you throw the losing into there, and it's like, yeah, you're going to get a lot of fuck yous and not hugs.
Well, before you go, Kedz, let me say this. Relentless Mikey, you are more than welcome to come over here and complain about the team all you want to. This is just three dudes with a mic. And no, don't put that up. He's got cussing in there. This is just three dudes with a mic trying to, I got a different opinion than probably both of these guys here. You know what I mean? Or than you. I'm just one of those people that sees the game different. You know what I mean? When things are going right, they go right. You know what I mean? You got stuff going for you. And then nobody has really a whole lot to say during those days when you got stuff going for you. But then
nothing ever went right.
Well,
this is
finished, Kedz. I'm gonna let you go. But when it goes left, everybody's incompetent. Nobody knows what they're doing. And we're this and we're that, and this person is this and this person is that. Free to complain about the people that run the organization. Yeah. But I just need that same energy when things are going right. You know what I mean? I didn't get that. That's all I'm saying, Mikey. You are free to come here and complain about anything you want to, my boy. You're more than welcome. But go ahead, Kedz.
I don't think anything ever was going right. Right? Like they did win a couple of football games. It's a 17-game season. They won 5. My bad. 5, including the good old FGB situation towards the end of the, at the grand finale. But they came out, and they have been coming out every single year over Ryan Pohl's tenure. They come out from off season, and it's super slow. Am I chopping up because my feed looks slow?
No, your feed.
I'm okay.
Video looks slow, but
feed's slow, but my voice is good.
Your audio is fine.
Okay. As long as my audio is fine, it's fine. So they came out super slow. Did they win the first game? Yeah, they won, but the offense was shaky. Then they won the game 2. They won. They lost. The offense was shaky. They win. The offense is shaky. We're waiting to see things actually line up correctly. Doesn't really line up correctly. Fail, Mary happens. Like there was never really a sustainable situation where we could really sit down and go, yo, this thing's working. It's working. The offense is working. The rookie quarterback came in gangbusters. He didn't. Nothing was set up for him for success, and it just kind of it not only plateaued early, but it went on a downward spiral again after the 5th game, and we've been in that downward spiral the better part of the season. So once that downward spiral really became a reality, let's just say that reality kicked in after the New England game. There were definite questions, and all of the questions were in relation to just about everything anybody with half a brain or a little bit of Bears fandom was talking about in the offseason. So it all just goes back to the regular, hey, why didn't you shore up the offensive line? Why didn't you shore up the defensive line? Why didn't you? And now here we are at the offseason, and why I say, and why Tripp is really sort of sitting here saying right along with me, why these guys didn't instill any faith or trust is that, I'm going to say that this presser, these 3 guys together talking to the media, came off a little bit better than the final Ted Phillips presser just before they let go of Nagy. Sorry, when they retained Nagy and Pace the year before they let him go. That pressure was absolutely abysmal. And it was just a slap in the face.
That's kind of what it is, kids. Why are we complaining about pressure? Why?
Here's why. Because ultimately, I know this is a sport and we all love the sport, but ultimately this is a business. These people are in business. And it's clear as day that the guy who runs the show, and it was asked to him, like Adam Hogue asked him, like, you know, is anybody like paying attention to your tenure, George? Like, why do you get to continue with this job after 12 plus years of not only ineptitude, but just straight up abject failure?
Because he owns it.
Sorry?
Because he owns the damn team.
Yeah, and that's cool. Like, somebody owns it, his mom owns it. It doesn't mean he has to be the guy who runs the show. It doesn't really mean that. He could pass it to somebody, she could pass it to somebody. The chairman, like the board is a board because it's not just George, but it's more obvious that, again, nobody gives a shit. Those guys are just enabling George to shit the bed systematically. That's all it is. It's a board of enablers and family members who are going to rub his back and say, hey, it's okay that we shit the bed every year. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
My only question is why it's like this fight. It's like this fight that people want that they know they can't win, but they want to fight it anyway. It's like your arm's too short to box with God. Somebody needs to tell you that. Like, dog, this dude is the owner of the team. He ain't going nowhere until he decides to. Like all that complaining does nothing. You know what I mean? This is good ass energy wasted, in my opinion. Get on to the football stuff, is my opinion. You know, it's like I ain't got time to be sitting up arguing about George McCaskey and whether he knows what he's doing. He owns the damn team. He's gonna do what the hell he wants to do. Period.
But what he wants to do is like play with yo-yos and scooters and shit. Like, he clearly has no understanding of how to run this business or care to run it properly. And that being the case, no faith is being given or offered to the people who are spending their hard-earned money supporting this organization, this team. That's the problem. He gives zero fucks. He doesn't care.
I don't know about that.
Listen to the words he uses. Listen to what he says in these pressers.
I think they're legitimately trying to get it right, but I believe that there's some growing pains in trying to do that. You know, what has he been doing this 15 years, running the organization from the top down, been through how many coaches? I think he's trying to get it right. I think him not understanding what he doesn't understand tends to be I think, Trips, you might or might not agree to this, but that him not knowing what he doesn't know might be one of those, he looks like that all-day sucker, like you can go on Hallishaw and take advantage of George McCaskey, because he doesn't really know what the hell he's supposed to be looking for in the first place. And I think we're suffering from a whole bunch of that.
Well, George has never, had to be out on the streets. He ain't come up hard. He don't know nothing about nothing. You know what I mean? So he's a very light touch. If you got a little gift of gab, you holler at George, a little woo woo woo, and next thing you know, you got a check for $1 million consultant fee. You do that every year, and you don't have to have success, but he's gonna come back to you. But it does seem like they have a type, and that type is a soft-spoken, non-brash, go along to get along. Somebody who will defer and not curse, and represent the organization well. He can say, well, I'm not a football guy, but I want somebody who's going to represent, my family name and all that other bullshit. It's like, dude, you got a franchise with $5 billion. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? He was chastising the fans, at the end of the season press conference where the team goes 5-12, and he got the nerve to talk shit about people with the PSLs, the personal seat licenses, the season ticket owners who sold their seats to Detroit fans. You know what I mean? It's because Detroit fans want to come support their team. They're winning. It's short trip. They get to get out of Detroit, come to a real city like Chicago, 6 hours up the road. And it's like George, why you yelling at them? But word is he sold his box to Detroit fans.
Okay, I was like, did you hear he sold his box? This motherfucker. Like I hate to cuss him, but he came out and he threw everybody under the bus, only for the world to find out that he is in a prime suite making good money. Sold his prime suite to Lions fans. Like a Lions fan from Circa, who owns the company Circa, came out and said, "Yeah, I bought the seats directly from George myself."
Motherfucker,
that's crazy.
And so it's like
he has the audacity to cuss everybody else out for selling their tickets when you provided them with a losing season. Come on now.
But then just to have faith and confidence that schmuck is going to get it right when they're just so tone deaf that it's like, well, what's good for me is not good for thee. And it's like, come on, bruh, go on with that bullshit. It's like, let's get somebody in there who knows what they're doing, who's not just going to be a hypocrite, and not just understand that they're being hypocritical or don't care or don't know what the word means. I don't know, but it's just, you just keep feeding us this shit as a fan base, and way too many of us just keep lapping it up, saying, "Thank you, sir. It tastes delicious, sir. Can you eat more corn next time, sir? I like corn. I likes the corn." And it's like, as long as we keep doing it, he's gonna ignore it. Like the question was on that when we brought up the ticket and all that. You heard the Soldier Field fans or the fans shouting, "Sell the team." And he flipped the script, talking about sell the team. How the fuck dare you sell your tickets? And it's like, that's not the point, dog. How you just gonna avoid the question? And so
let's just get deeper. No, he avoided the question because he wants to make more money, and he's mad that Bears fans would have the audacity not to put more money in his MFing pocket. Meanwhile, he's making more money by selling his suite. Like, it is the most ignorant shit, y'all. It is like what he said, his answer back to that question, which was like, how the fans are saying sell the team. How do you feel about that? His answer to that was put more money in my mother effing pocket, y'all. So insulting.
You see what Paul Rodriguez is saying on here. He said it's a moot point. You can't change ownership. They ain't going nowhere. It's a license to print money being an NFL owner. He ain't lying. It's just a waste of good energy. It's like, bro, I privately think what I think about the ownership. And it's just like one of them things that all right, I mean, what you gonna do about that? You know what I mean? It's just like I get it. Fans feel a certain way about it. Like, I've been a Bears fan just as long as anybody else in here. It's probably some people a lot older than me that's been here, a lot longer on this earth that's been a Bears fan. But I'm talking about, like, you no need to compare me and my Bears fandom to anybody else. Like, I just don't feel the good. It's just good energy to be wasted. You know what I mean? It's like, it's things to talk about. You know what I mean? That guy ain't going nowhere until he decides to. Pretty much.
Let me explain to you why it pisses me off. It actually pisses me off because at the end of a poor, a bad quarter in business or a bad season in football, the ownership comes together for their quarterly review and they have a conversation with the public in general. Like, there's the same thing in business. At the end of the day, what's super, like, in my business experience, at one time, end of the year review, I'm sitting down in a boardroom with big shots, suited and booted and all that. And my boss, two rungs up, the president, the VP of the company, is sitting 2 chairs away from me. And he stops and he's like, "Look, I reviewed this entire situation for the season and how we've done. And you know what? We're profitable. We're making good money. Everything's square. Everything's good. But I recognize that, we won't be good if I continue working here in this role. my role is unfortunately negatively impacting this company.
Kedz, you still beating a dead ass horse.
I haven't even gotten to the end of my what I'm saying.
But go ahead. Go ahead. Keep beating it.
Fair. It's a dead horse, but I'm going to explain to you why it pisses me off, and then we'll move on to coaches. But at the end of the day, this guy, this vice president recognizes that his job is costing the company too much money, so he straight up fires himself. And I've never seen anything like this ever anywhere else. This guy gets up, he goes, yo, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to resign my position. There's another role for me elsewhere in the company that I can take in a separate division. I'm going to go fulfill that role over there. But at this point, this VP role is now moot. It's gone. I'm vacating the position for the betterment of the company. That guy has, I got up myself personally. I was like, bro, I had to shake this man's hand. Bro, you are a special human being, because under normal pretenses, I don't give a rat's ass what's happening. I'm just being me now. I'm sticking around self-preservation mode, much like Ryan Poles. Self-preservation, I'm making money. I'm trying to be here. You know what I mean? My guy picked up and bounced himself. And I had to, you are a trustworthy, honest to goodness, good man. I had to shake this man's hand. George McCaskey would never do that, bro. George McCaskey gives zero fucks about what's going on. Doesn't care about his business at all. He doesn't care whether it's positive or negative. He knows that the bottom line will be reached because you guys will fill the seats and you'll buy memorabilia. So it doesn't matter what anybody does at all. As long as mom is around a little bit longer, then I really don't care what happens here. On to you, Kevin. On to you, Ryan.
I hope that felt good, because
it feels great, man. Because to be honest with you, his utter, just flat out ignorance and lack of care for this team, for this city, for this business is disgusting, and I have no time for him. Really, what I'm trying to say is, at the end of all of this, you're supposed to come to the table and breathe positivity and some sort of a positive future look. They fail to do that yearly. They cannot even get to the end of the season and have that conversation in a regular situation where, like, bro, only one team wins the NFL, wins the Super Bowl. Every team has to go back to their teams and have this type of conversation. How come every time these three guys, mainly George McCaskey, because he's the one mainstay, how come every time he has this conversation, he gives us nothing? Not even nothing. Kills me.
www.sendkids from flowers.com, man. He got that out of him. And I hope it felt good, man, because here we are. And like I said, man, I just don't, I feel like some owners.
Oh, there's my guy, Jim.
I think some owners in this league are more in tune with what's happening in real football operations than George McCaskey. I think he's totally at the mercy of other people's advice, to be honest with you. And that's not a good place to be in. And I don't know that anybody in his family right now can be any different than he is. You know, they grew up affluent. All they know is what to do with money. And, you know, that's what they're good at, you know. But as far as football operations go, you have to trust at some point and believe that you have the right people in your building to get this thing right. And through all the mistakes and all the misgivings so far, I'm still not down on what this thing can be if they get the right people in here to coach the team. And I mean right people, I mean the head coach is one, but get the staff around the head coach. Not only that, you continue forward in drafting the right people. Now, I'm going to get to this right here, Kedz, because we had to make, I think we made 9 signings. This is just futures contract, and I'll let you guys speak to what you guys think about it. Put it on the screen. And so we got Theo Benedette, your favorite guy, Kedz, is back.
The Canadian Eagle.
Yep. Chris Glaser. John Jackson came back. He just came to get some more money because Caleb's there. Carl Jones, I would love to see him get a little bit more spin when the next coach gets here. Jeremy Cromer, Austin Reed, who I thought should have never left this team in the first place. He should have made the roster because he was the best looking quarterback in the preseason. I don't know. You can get a good 1 or 2 between him and Tyson Bagent, but I thought he was a better looking guy. Ricky Stromberg, who I'm really, really hoping that, he can rebound from this injury and really give us a strong, give whoever is going to push for that center job a strong push. I believe in this kid since he came from Arkansas. Samari Torre, receiver, and Joel Wilson, who I haven't had a chance to really check out. I think they got one more guy. I can't think of his name yet. I think it was another tight end. But what say you guys about this list here? What's your opinion?
Cool.
Anything?
Okay. The only thing I have to say is what the heck's John Jackson doing on there, but that's about it. I don't
know why he's on there. You know exactly why he's on there.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, kids. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we don't really have time for that now. You know what I mean? Like, we need space, you need room, you need seats. I don't know, giving him money. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't gonna be here. The odds of him being here when the 53's set up for 2025 are slim to none. But maybe he gets better over the course of the next year. I don't know, but I'd be looking for guys you're really going to keep, and the rest of this list are pretty much guys who can potentially make some sort of a difference on this team. So I will give him that for the remainder of these guys.
So Trip, what do you like? I see a futures contract as guys. We need guys to come in here and do camps for us. Mini camps, training camps, and all that kind of stuff. How do you see futures at? Like I don't look at this list and say to myself, no, none of these guys are going to make the team. I look at this list as okay, we got to look ahead and make sure we get enough players in the building so that we can do camps and some of these guys, a couple of these guys might actually make the 53. You never know. But I think it's all about making sure you got depth on your roster so that you can do camps and workouts and all that. How do you see it?
Yeah, these are, I would say, athletes that I'm not expecting to say, oh, yeah, one of these guys is going to work his tail off and be an all-pro. It's like, nah. These are sometimes, camp bodies, fresh legs to run drills, special teams guys, if they make the team. And it's just the same with, like, the draft nick coverage. Because I think, wasn't it you that texted me? It's like, hey, look at this running back. It's like, for what? I ain't drafting this motherfucker. You know what I mean? I don't make those calls, those decisions. We don't have the medicals. We don't know the ins and outs. We don't know the personalities. So it's just hard from a distance to judge who we should sign or hire as a coach, who we should sign or draft as a player. It's like, let's do it and let's see them perform, and then I'll judge. But until then, it's just a list of names of athletes that run fast, can lift a lot of weights.
Yeah, it's not like Ricky Stromberg is a guy on here that really, really I have high hope for. And B Minor mentioned it right here. He's like, what? Ricky Stromberg is the hope we should have for center. We all wanted to draft him. Hell yeah, I know I definitely did. But he did have an injury. I just don't know how severe the injury was. He never made it back to the field this year, and I really didn't expect him to. Now it's about the rehab process and how fast they can get him out there and get him, some workout to see what he can do. Sometimes guys like him, you get hurt in your rookie season. You got a rookie contract, and you probably should have made that. You probably should have still been on the team that drafted you. Probably still should be there, but they have a certain depth, and they really could. They probably felt like they can get a better player at a different position at that time, and he was basically a casualty, and they put him on a practice squad. You know what? I take that back. I don't even think he was on the practice squad. I think they just actually signed him.
Yeah. No, the injury released him.
Yeah. And so what he is a gamble, right, Trips? He's a hope that, you know, he can recover from this, give him time, put him in here with our rehab people and see what we can get out of him once he's healthy and gets 110%. I don't expect 110% out of him, you know, right after an injury like that. I'm saying this is probably a 2-year plan with Ricky Stromberg, I think.
Well, I mean, from Ryan Poles' history, and I try to give the brother the benefit of the doubt. He seems like a smart guy, makes some good moves, makes some dumb moves, but that it happens that way. But to go from a Lucas Patrick who could never stay out. Well, first of all, Iron Man Doug Kramer. Not Doug Kramer, excuse me. What was that motherfucker? What was the center's name? Before Kramer. Mustifer. Or it was Mustafer. Yeah. Sam Mustafer. To go from him to Lucas Patrick, who couldn't get on the field because of injuries, and then you get Bates, who couldn't get on the field because of injuries, and then Shelton, who's a goddamn Iron Man, go figure. But Stromberg, I get that he was talented coming out of the draft, but it's like, oh damn, he's dinged up. And it's like, what's the player facts? Like the Carfax on the used cars, has it been an accident before? Well, I want to see the player facts. I want to know some medical shit going on. It's like, no, you got bad knees, homie. I know it's a violent sport and people get hurt, but I want as fresh of a body as possible coming in, because it's 18 games and I don't want a Tevin Jenkins where it's like, is he gonna play? Is he not gonna play? How long is he gonna play? We don't bring that mediocrity back. We want somebody who's like, yeah, if he needs to play, he's available. If he's playing, he's balling out. Stromberg, he's got the talent, but will his body hold up? Because a lot of these, players that don't make it in the league, that, get to practice squads and don't start or whatever, it's not because they don't have the heart or the spirit or the soul. It's because their body lets them down. And then you have other guys who are like a walking mash unit. They've hurt this body part, that body part, and that body part, but they play every opportunity. It's weird. But yeah, these guys, the practice squad, or not the practice squad, but the futures contract guys who will probably be the practice squad, if they can work and be a productive part of the active roster, fucking they right. If not, cool. Good luck with that.
All right. I don't know how we got back to circles. Let me see if I'll try to. Nick, if you can fix that, help me out.
But I am perfectly framed, so that is all right.
But here's an interesting thing, just to get away from the topic of those guys from with the futures contract. What's interesting, and we're about to get into the coaching conversation. Just guys, be mindful when we start doing these images and talk about these coaches. Just try to keep it a little bit clean so we can. It's just easier for me to cut it up. Just when those pictures are up there. Now, if you notice, when you see the list of guys that we're going to bring up, there isn't a guy on the list that's a defensive coordinator. I think there's 3 or 4 on the list. I think it's Vrabel. I think it's what is this? We'll talk about them. But what's interesting about it is, Kedz and Trips, remember we kept on talking about this show after show. Is like whatever happens in the offseason, one of the first things I'm gonna be interested in is seeing, if we're interested in moving from the 4-3 and going to a 3-4, and will we have to change over personnel, and how will all that kind of thing go? Because that's a bigger deal than people think it is. You know what I mean? Just knowing that the personnel that we've been investing all this draft capital and trade capital into, are we still going to be running that defense? So that's a question. And so the guys that are on the list thus far are all 3-4 guys. That's not one 4-3 guy on that list so far, but we'll get to that in just a second. But what do you guys think about that? How do you feel about it? Kid, we can't hear your volume. Do something with your volume.
Mute it, motherfucker. You mute it.
You gotta pop out, kids, and pop back.
Yeah, because he wasn't muted, and then he was, You know how like when it's like you press play on a video and then like it's playing and then it's like there's no volume and it's like, well, what the fuck? And then you got to exit out and then come back in, then it plays normally.
Yes. Is he froze or he's just trying to do something?
No, he was froze on the way out.
Yeah, but so that to me, Trips is a little bit scary. And not like now, one good thing about this thing is like if you look at Brian Flores' track record, Trips, and when he got to Minnesota, they were under a 4-3. You know, Mike Zimmer had that thing going for some years up there, and they were good at it. And when they got rid of Mike Zimmer, here came Flores to run the 4-3. They got rid of some pieces now, and we ended up benefiting off of a couple of them. You know, they ended up on our practice squad. They played a little bit, you know, a couple of guys. But that is a significant thing, and I don't know that people, you know, watching these shows and listening to all these reporters make these podcasts are really paying attention to that. That is not a small thing, you know, to turn your defensive roster over to a 3-4. You know, depending on who comes in here, we may not have the pieces.
All right, tell me you can hear me now.
That's much better, sir. Much better.
Yeah, like long story short, for me, this is the one place where retaining Ryan Poles makes some level of sense to me, because again, he created and or drafted 4-4-3 specifically. You know, I don't have a problem with 3-4 versus 4-3 under normal pretenses. Most of these teams kind of switch between those on the fly anyways in sub packages, etc. So I don't really care. My thoughts really is about what you drafted for, right? Did you draft for one scheme versus the other? Do you have the right tools for that scheme versus the other? In either scenario, he's got some drafting to do, but at least he's drafting for the specific defensive scheme that that he started with. Hopefully he's not going to have to change, which would really throw a monkey wrench into everything.
Hopefully, worst case scenario, they bring in a guy. They bring in a guy that can do a hybrid front. You know, like there's defensive coordinators that are based out of a 3-4 that end up in 4-3 depending on what down you're in. You know what I mean? You know, it's all flexible. I think sometimes, you know, people like me might make more out of it than we should, but at the same time, depending on that individual coach that comes in here and looks at our roster and says, yeah, there's some guys that I don't think is gonna fit here that we invested capital in. Now we got to do something with them. You know what I mean? So we'll see, man. We'll see.
Well, I mean we get a new coach, baby. You got to customize it, and that customization gonna cost you, and it's gonna cost you some of your current, you know, assets that won't fit anymore. Because if you look at just the top two picks, like Vrabel, he's a 3-4 guy, right, on defense. So, I mean, that tells you something right there for all you Vrabel persons or fans that he would probably come in with 3-4. Whereas Ben Johnson, he's an offensive guy, so we have no idea who his defensive coordinator would be, you know, so we don't know what they would run. On offense, you know, in the trenches, granted, luckily, I think that's a blessing in disguise, maybe. And go with me now. Stay with me now. Stay with me now.
All right.
We have to fix the trenches anyway, right? We need at least 4 new starters on offensive line and depth. So this is the perfect opportunity to hire the new coach, offensive coordinator, and figure out what they need. So we're flipping the offensive line anyway. So we're flipping right into the new scheme, whatever that may be. Instead of having to worry about, well, we got to get rid of these guys now and swap them out with these guys, because we're already getting guys, so we should be good there.
That is also interesting on the other side of the ball. You know, are we going to go to a more gap power scheme, you know, power football? Or are we going to continue some kind of zone scheme? Will we continue doing that kind of stuff, the wide zone stuff, or will we do more, you know, power gap, you know, pulling guards and all that kind of stuff, which to me is a more formidable type of running game. But that's a whole, and for that you need a different type of O lineman. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying that the guys that we have currently on the roster won't work that way. But there's guys on this, yeah. But
but it doesn't matter. That's kind of the point, because the guys currently on the roster won't be on the roster currently or at the time. Yeah. So we're flipping that anyway.
Here's the biggest defensive difference. The biggest difference you'll see in a 3-4 and a 4-3 is the linebacker edge rusher type, the body type. And so you're talking about, your
whose responsibility it is to set that edge, right? Who's responsible for the edge?
It's not so much that guy has to play a hybrid role. Sometimes he's got his hands in the dirt. Most of the time he's standing up, and sometimes he rushes, sometimes he falls back. He's got to be a player of a certain body type, certain size and weight that can line up with his hands in the dirt, set the edge, and then also drift back into coverage. And so that guy is usually, your 6'3", 6'4", 6'2", 260-pound guys, playing linebacker. You know what I mean? They're listed as linebackers, but they play a dual role. That's the difference between an edge rusher and the 4-3 and the 3-4.
Yeah. One thing, though, to add, though, so it's good. Stuff like that is important when they're in the base defense. But for the most part, NFL defenses play in like nickel and dime formations, which essentially is just 4 down linemen. So they play like a 4-3 gap, despite being a 3-4 base defense, just because they want the extra DB out there, because most of these pass sets have 3 wide receivers, or you just need a different DB to account for the tight end because of how talented tight ends are nowadays. These guys are a lot more nimble and quick than how they were in the early 2000s and 90s and stuff like that.
So,
following that up, dude, look at the current guys on the roster that we know may or may not fit on a 4-3 or 3-4, like Noah Sewell. If he could stay on the field, he would be a 3-4 linebacker. Baskerville would be a 3-4 guy. And Carl Jones, he could be a 3-4 guy, couldn't he?
He could play, like, football players can play any role you give them. You know what I mean?
I think DJ can play the middle linebacker easily for the 3-4.
One of the guys that really stick out to me, it's a couple of guys that stick out to me in that role, talking about edge rushers, linebackers, that hybrid person. And definitely Noah Sewell sticks out. And Jeremy Chroma is another guy that kind of stands out because that's the scheme that he's accustomed to. And so moving forward, it's going to be interesting. Like, I was watching some Brian Flores film a few days ago, and it was interesting. Like in the thick part of the game, it wasn't a guy on the field. I'm talking about edge rusher or linebacker over 260 pounds. It was like Van Ginkel type guys that's like 235, 240 pounds that's playing edge rusher. And so he's looking for more of a speedier player. He's talking about, whether or not you're rushing or not, I need you to hit landmarks, so you got to cover grass really fast. So I need your body type to be a certain kind of way, because when you're not doing what, defense are terrified of you doing, that is chasing my quarterback, that means you need to cover some grass and get to this landmark and make sure this spot is covered, right? And so you need a body type that can be fluid and move around in that kind of way. And so there's times when you don't see a guy outside of the nose tackle that's 300-something pounds. Everybody else is like 260 pounds and under because he's looking for speed. And so everybody's 3-4 is not the same. Just like everybody's 3 is the same.
That's very true.
Anything else? Anybody want to talk about that a little more? We can.
Nah, we in the weeds right now. You know what I mean? So we'll see what they do along those lines at when the time comes. But at this present time, my real 2 cents on it is I can only assume that Ryan Poles is going to lean towards continuity, as folks would say, and keeping things 4-3 if at all possible, simply because the talent he's drafted has been favorable for the 4-3. So I think he's going to want to continue doing that.
All right, so let's pull up our first candidate that I want to talk about, and that's Anthony Weaver from. Hold on, let me fix our setup here so that people can see y'all while we talk about it. Anthony Weaver, defensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins. Pay no attention to what things have looked like in Miami over this recent season. This guy's really good, and he's destined to be a head coach somewhere someday. Will it be with the Bears? I don't know, but he's an aggressive. I mean, when I say aggressive, very aggressive. One of the very aggressive 3-4 scheme coordinators there are out there, and a lot of what I just got through describing about Brian Flores, he brings to the table. Only he's down in Miami. I think he uses maybe heavier pieces, but he's a really, really good leader of men. You guys know who Wink Martindale is, the coordinator that was with the
Fisherman?
No, not that guy. I'm talking about the coordinator down in Baltimore for years and years. That crazy blitz schemes he used to bring. He's a disciple of Wink Martindale, and I mean he's a very aggressive defensive coordinator, and he's a really good leader of men. You got to go do your homework on Anthony Weaver. If you haven't, I'm telling you, you're going to be impressed by this guy.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have much to say on Weaver. He's a decent DC. Do you have any idea what scheme? Are they running 4-3 or 3-4 in Miami?
Oh, it's definitely
3-4.
3-4. Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't. Very simple worries about Weaver is just that he doesn't have very much head coaching tenure. Woo, Mitch Osborne. Well, I'm just gonna shut up.
Hold on.
Our guy Mitch, $200.
Okay,
Yo,
go ahead. Read it up.
Big respect to you, Mitch. Shout outs to you. A critical angle for the head coach is how will his personality amplify Caleb's? Caleb wears his emotions on his sleeve. Which candidate do you all think matches or amplifies the right emotional aspects of Caleb? Ben Johnson's quiet confidence, Aaron Glenn's fiery passion, Mike Vrabel's discipline.
I'm answering that first because thank you so much, Mitch. That was way generous, man, and I appreciate you. But I gotta answer this one first. I think the latter guys. I think the tough, that approach that because I think he's one of those type of personalities that if you go play patty cake with him, I think it just doesn't get any better. I think he gets into his own way, and he's too young to realize the errors of his own way, and you need a little discipline, on the football field. Somebody that he respects, and I think that the fiery Aaron Glenn's type of passion, we're going to talk about him in a second, and Vrabel's discipline. I think you need a combination of both of those. But but Ben Johnson is absolutely, I think he's absolutely the wrong head coach for Caleb Williams. I think maybe the perfect offensive coordinator, but head coach, oh no, not whatsoever.
Trips, what do you think, brother?
Well, I can tell from the comments of Cole Komet, the mutiny leader, your boy Mercedes Lewis, old ass, that the players want to be dominated. They want to be coached hard. And so they need somebody who's going to come in and coach them hard. And if that means enforcing the discipline, setting the standards and expectations and having those adhered to, and if not, discipline will be handed out in a fair but even-handed, but sometimes brutal fashion just to set the tone, then that's what it is. And the players' expectations, should rise beyond their own personal just to meet the coach's expectations. Now, whoever that may be, cool. Now, it still irritates me that person has to be a coordinator on either side of the ball. I would prefer the coordinators to coordinate and the head coach is the head coach. But if it's a defensive guy, fine. If it's an offensive guy, fine. Anthony Weaver, his Miami defenses, they suffered a lot of injuries with like Phillips and the players going down. He's aggressive. He's respected, a leader type fella. If he's the hire, good luck to him. If he's not, good luck to him.
Hey, Trips, what's funny about this guy is everything went so haywire in Miami after Tua went down. that, they were in a situation kind of like ours, when Caleb hit that wall and we were putting all that responsibility on the defense. Thank you so much for this, Mitch. Let me just so these guys can get some shine. Can you see Trip a little bit better? Yeah, I can see him. But he was still doing a really good job down there. They just laid too much responsibility on the defense, and it just over time, just any good defense is going to break down if they're constantly on the field, right? So, he got caught up in that, and I don't think he gets the credit he deserves down there.
All right, so I only have quick 2 cents on Weaver, and it's just experience. It's about that simple. That's gonna be my words on many of these guys today. Have you done it before? Is there proof? And there ain't. So there's that. But to touch on Mitch's question, it kind of sounds like Vrabel was probably the guy that Tripp was leaning to out of those three: Aaron Glenn, Vrabel, and Ben Johnson. You kind of went towards discipline in what you were saying.
I was saying that's what the players wanted.
Yeah.
Me, I don't give a fuck because he's not my coach. He's their coach. He's not. He's not. I don't have to worry about how he's coaching me because I'm not on the team.
Because you're not on the team. Okay, well, fair.
Right,
It's Mitch's question. Mitch is asking, so I wanted to throw it back to you to get an answer. Your answer is who gives a shit. My answer is so I would like to say Mike Vrabel would be my answer too, except I do not think there's very much chance he's coming here, y'all. And I'm sure we'll get to him at some point. We'll get to him at some point.
Well, OKC Bear Boy wants to know, do you think he's a real candidate or a fluff interview?
Who? Weaver?
Anthony Weaver.
Oh, there is a Rooney Rule. That is a thing. So,
Now, if you check him out, you'll realize this guy's he's destined to get a head coaching job somewhere. Is it in this cycle? Maybe not. But I think more than anything else, this guy deserved the interview. You know what I mean? And
right.
When you guys check him out, you'll see exactly what I mean. But yeah, I don't think it's a fluff interview. It could I think some of it is coordinator interviews as well as different roles that guys could play on the team. I believe there's some of that going on too. But anything else on Anthony Weaver? Nothing?
No, nothing.
All right. Let me get to the next guy. Joe Brady. Let's start with Trips, because Trips had a lot to say about. He felt good about that offense. He liked what he saw. I remember the show that we did, and you were talking about this looks like an offense that can produce on a regular basis. But we ended up in a back and forth about the quarterback, which quarterback is good for the system, and how we think what's his name, Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen makes this work. But what say you again, Trips, to the No Maniacs about what you think about Joe Brady?
Joe Brady, the coordinator out there from Buffalo Bills. His track record is positive. I mean, look at what he's done with not Drew Bledsoe. What the fuck's his name? Joe Kelly. What's the quarterback's name in Buffalo?
Remember, I'm trying to cut up some shorts with these, man. So help me out.
Josh Allen.
There you go. What he's like, Josh Allen is talented on his own, yeah. But the offensive play calling and the schemes that he has people, receivers open short, medium, long, across the middle. He's got the outlet passes. He's heavy into the run game. And his offenses have been, putting up almost 30, some points, per game for a minute, right? I'm not a stat guy, but I believe that is something that I saw. But just looking at the games, and it's like, Buffalo's always putting up points. Their issues, the defense. He's been able to, Joe Brady, that is, been able to work in different personnel as their number one receiver kept changing, year after year. Whether the running back is different, he's able to cater the offense to his players' strengths and puts them in a good position to succeed. I don't know about his personality, his leadership style, or none of that. But offensively, I like what I see. And if we got to go, it's like, all right, this offensive coordinator, this defense coordinator, head coach now, Brady wouldn't be horrible as far as I can tell from his resume.
Here's a story of a man named Dable, who was the OC of the Buffalo Bills before. And then he went to the Giants and he sucked like I won't use that word. Anyways, so
Daniel Jones, Kedz.
I'm just saying that Dable was there before this guy. He was fantastic, put up very similar numbers, and helped turn Josh Allen into Josh Allen. Left, and the Buffalo Bills didn't skip a beat. This guy just sort of continued. So much like folks are saying about a good old Ben Johnson, not going to have the offensive line, not going to have the running backs, not going to have the quarterback, not going to have any of them things when he comes here to Chicago in comparison. Maybe quarterback, maybe. But a lot of work to do. I'm not so sure this guy is anything but the benefactor of an awesome team, right? So can he scheme? Yes, he can. I'm also going to say that he's probably actually really good with the run game side of things too. That run game has under his say what?
Just going.
Yeah. Like the run game under his tenure has gotten much better year on year. So I am going to give Joe Brady that, but the big question for me is again, like I'm open to the Joe Brady idea. I'm a little worried because, again, you look over at the Giants and you see what happened to his predecessor when he goes to another location and tries to do things. It didn't work out for Brian Dable. Although he's not fired, I'm just wondering, is it suddenly going to work out for a Joe Brady? The verdict is still out.
Kids and trips.
I think so.
Let me ask you, and Nick, since you're in here, let me ask you guys just one-word answers. There's two guys that I think is special on the offense, and it makes it all work. And that is Josh Allen, James Cook. Would you guys agree, special or no?
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
Trips, what say you?
Special.
I'm not too sure James Cook's special, though.
I think special.
Special is a very strong word. I would just say they're functional.
Oh, he's better than functional. He's just one of the wiggly, slipperiest backs I've ever seen come through the NFL. He's just very, very slippery. And so I also think they have a really good – their offensive line functions really, really, really well together. You know what I mean? And
we'll also stop right there, pause, because just look at there were some injury issues with that Buffalo line. Remember, there were some guys shuffling in and out. That's why Bates was playing over there, and then he was injured or whatever. But they're able to overcome those issues of players being out scheme wise, which is a positive.
What it says to me, Trip, is they have a game plan predicated on the run game and feeling pretty good that they can really execute in their run game and not put way too much emphasis on what the quarterback can do. At times, Josh Allen is Josh Allen. He's special. You know what I mean? And he's going to make special stuff happen. But they are predicated on functionality along that offensive line. When they function, that team functions. That offense functions. And so what I would say overall about Joe Brady is a lot of what I think he is I think he's just a creature of the system. I think he's just there at the right time in their success because they have special players at certain positions that make all that stuff look really good. I think, again, he's one of those guys that doesn't have that. He doesn't ring as this, leader of men kind of guys. I think you put a young guy like this in front of a room full of men and they're going to laugh at it. You know what I mean? So I don't think he's head coach material whatsoever. I think he's a really good offensive coordinator. And what I really like about how he does things is the timing of when he calls certain things. It's just perfect timing when he calls up a certain something. When he calls up a drag route or a choice route for James Cook, to get on a linebacker. It's just perfect timing when he knows when to say he'll use the play or two before that to know exactly what to do now. You know what I mean? So his timing is impeccable. I like that about him, man. That's different. But I believe he's coordinator material, not head coach material. That's just my thoughts on him. But anybody's free to speak on that after that.
So here's what I got. Do you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, man, you go. Shoot.
Okay. So I think Brady is indeed a very good coordinator. He's also a very good quarterback coach in general. So, I mean, everyone looks at Joe Burrow's Heisman season and thinks, oh, it's just because he was throwing to Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. What I want to ask people is, who the hell was Joe Burrow? Who the hell was Justin Jefferson? Who the hell was Jamar Chase before Joe Brady took over and was the coordinator there at LSU? They were Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson were good, but they weren't like these bona fide must draft top 5 receivers. And then Joe Burrow was a backup at Ohio State and then transferred to LSU. So he was a nobody essentially before Joe Brady came in. I think what Joe Brady does is the offenses that he's ran, even the one in Carolina that wasn't very good, it revolves around the quarterback. And it's supposed to be around what the quarterback does well as far as the pass concepts goes and what they're comfortable with. He's very good at either doing a rhythm style pass concept or doing it where it's off of the quarterback's just instinct and go out there and make a play and do something like what he's done with Josh Allen and essentially Joe Burrow. I think that would work with a guy like Caleb, who kind of struggles with the rhythm stuff and is just better when he just does his thing. He's able to pick apart the defense how he wants and then make his Superman plays, if you will.
Can y'all tell Nick like this guy?
Yeah, we noticed.
I mean, I do, but I don't know if he's head coach material either.
See, yeah,
if
and
it
I
works
think
for Caleb, that's great. But how does the overall team respond to it? And I mean, at the same time, like if the offense is good, they're scoring points. I mean, I guess you can say like they're professional athletes. They're going to buy in and do their job. I guess it would depend on who his underlings are. Who's his OC, who's the DC, so on and so forth. Like what type of culture does he have in the locker room? Like that. I don't know.
This is where the rubber hits the road. I don't know how much faith I have in any of these fresh-faced fish.
People were saying this about Sean McVay, though. To be fair, I mean, he was like 32 when he got the job at LA.
You're right. Right?
It's kind of a similar idea. It's like this young coach. How is he going to galvanize these players who are older than him? Like that have been in the league for so long, they have families, so on and so forth. I look at it as they get paid to play football. Do your fucking job. If the coach is good and it works, it should be that forward. Like they're grown men. They're not children.
Tell them, Nick.
But that's just my opinion.
I gotta help me. I gotta help me out. I gotta do cut-ups of this now. We're gonna cut loose. Trust me. What last thoughts about Joe Brady, man? Anybody?
Yeah. I agree with most of what Nick's saying. He kind of made me really think about it. Again, there's evidence for both things, right? There's evidence for the young, fresh-faced guy, and he's doing it, right? So again, McVay's a great look. Shanahan's another great look of a young guy who's kind of coming into his own and has established himself as a quality head coach in the league. There's a list of guys who've come out and become that, been that wonderkind or been billed as that wonderkind and have actually been. There is just as long, if not a much longer list of guys who've been billed as that wonderkind: Matt Nagy, Mark Trestman, and just shit the bed systematically.
Frank Reich, Josh McDaniels.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't know.
That's 100% true. That's why I'm not saying he's a grand slam hit as the head coach. I have my doubts. I'm just trying to look at it from a positive perspective. It's a
good look, right? It's a good look. I just don't know which one. I don't know which one he is or whether it's going to work or flunk. I don't know. To me, it's a bit of a shot in the dark. So
it all depends on the staff. That's why Nagy's first year worked so well, because he had Vic Fangio. If he gets a Vic Fangio level defensive coordinator, he'll be all right.
Nah, but brother, remember that first year he wound up firing everybody on that staff, bro. Everybody on the staff got fired, and Vance Joseph said, "Forget this, I'm out. I'm gonna go be a head coach somewhere else." Right. So I just don't know.
That's because he wanted to be a head coach.
Yeah, he wanted to be a head coach.
If
He wanted to be
he
the
had
head
a
coach
looking
here.
glass and saw how bad he was as a head coach, he probably would have stayed in Chicago in hindsight. He's like, shit, I got Mac, I got Roquan, I got Hicks. I'm good here. I got my talents. You know, like I'm set for a few years.
All right.
See, so I just don't know which one
But
works.
that's all hindsight shit. Pardon my language.
All right, y'all, please help me out here, man. All right, let's get to another guy. Let's get to another offensive guy. You know, everybody knows who Todd Monken is, I hope, and he's the offensive coordinator. And if you don't know exactly anything about him, I think on the surface you guys can speak to exactly how you like the functionality of what they do in Baltimore. Is that a good look here? In you guys' opinion, I'll say my thoughts for the end.
Nah, I'm every time Baltimore gets to where they're going, it's because of Lamar Jackson and his ability to, you know, take over the game and just take off and run like he does. When they got to the playoffs and those championship games, it's like, what are you calling their offense on the Ravens? You know, if Jackson is not hitting receivers because he's off, which he can be, you know, you put in some runs. Why are you calling these weird ass plays when it's crunch time? Why are you doing it again in the following season? And it's like he has a history of not learning from his past mistakes. So I'm good with him. Off of him.
He's only been there for this is his second year now.
His second. Well, who was so?
They
how
had
many?
Greg Roman before.
Yep.
So who was in the playoffs that when they choked it that first time with Lamar Jackson?
The very first time in the playoffs?
That wasn't Monken then?
No. They hired him last year.
Yeah.
Okay, now didn't they choke again last year though?
Well, yeah.
I think that was Lamar Jackson, to be quite honest with you. And I think he admitted to so much.
Oh, he had a terrible game. Like that was one of his worst games. He was just a little too ready for the moment, and that turns into jitters if you don't control that. And I heard him on an interview not too long ago talking about that. You know, he don't put no onus on nobody else but himself for that, and that's true. You know, plays were there. He just didn't deliver. It's many opportunities. I know. I'm surprised. What's number 7's name? The receiver kid for Baltimore,
Bateman.
Bateman. I'm surprised that he came back without any kind of, you know, a lot of times, you know, guys turn to social media and start talking shit about stuff because Lamar Jackson just missed opportunities, man. I don't blame any of that on Monken, and I'm not giving Monken this ringing endorsement. I don't know that he's a head coach material guy on this level, but his offense is perfect for what Lamar Jackson does. And what's really good about Todd Monken, and he's good in design with the players that he has on his roster. So whatever you see in Baltimore, I would think that he's going to morph that into a Caleb Williams special versus the Lamar special that he's got going on in Baltimore. That's what I would want to say. I'm a little early. I jumped ahead of y'all. What up, King?
Yeah, I don't really got nothing on this here, right? Like I just don't. Greg Roman was a guy. He was over there, kind of looked and smelled like a guy we could have had with the other quarterback. Made sense. This guy, I like his offense. He's okay, but we don't really need that. Caleb is a different monster. I don't know. I'm just being real when I say I don't know because I don't really like his pass game stuff at all. Like his pass game stuff's not great, and I don't know if it's him or if it's Lamar. You know, Nomad's kind of saying it's probably more Lamar than it is Monken.
It is.
I will, you know what I mean? I'll agree with you there, but it still doesn't give me, you know, the warm fuzzies. So that's where I am with this one.
I think he's brilliant at just say innovating something for the talent he has around him. I think that's what's special about what he's done with Lamar Jackson. He's designed that offense around basically it's the most difficult offense to stop in NFL. Why? It's because you got two special players, and he don't make it difficult. You either turn around, hand that thing to Derrick Henry, or you make Lamar Jackson a threat on the edge. Take it out of Henry's belly, make it a threat. And if you don't do that, now you got all the field to play with because you got to first stop those two, right? And so does Caleb Williams bring the same amount of threat that Lamar Jackson brings? Not in the same category whatsoever. And so what makes him special with Lamar Jackson won't make him special here with Caleb. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to too, right? Like Lamar's his own thing, Caleb's a different thing. So I don't know if it's going to work with Caleb. There's no proof of that. So we'll have to see. Shout outs to King Booker, man. King Booker is, I think, watching it from the jump because he's saying George McCaskey is if STFU was a person. So I just had to put that out there. King Booker, shout out to you, man.
All right, let's get to another coach. Let me
say one thing real quick about Monken before we bounce
to
the next guy. So, if for those who don't know where he came from before Baltimore, he was at Georgia. He was the OC there for the championship winning team with Stetson Bennett, the 22
of them in the world, right?
4-year-old quarterback, or whatever, how old he was, 26. So he's, again, a lot like Brady in that he schemes the offense around what the quarterback does well. I just don't know if he can handle someone with Caleb's capabilities. I feel like he might try to put a square peg in a round hole, if you will. He might not be the right coach for this job, and I also don't think he's head coach material.
Okay.
I think he's smart. I think he's smart enough to know that he'll know right away Caleb Williams ain't Lamar Jackson. So scratch all these, take all these, snatch all those out of the binder, throw those away, and we'll work with this stuff. You know
100%. He wouldn't add all that read option stuff. That's all gone out the window. I just don't know if he's able to kind of get like what Caleb is good as far as the passing concepts goes, like what he's able to read fluently and what's going to make him hold on to the ball and get sacked, like was happening a lot this year because he was struggling with some of them concepts with Waldron.
Okay. Right. I hear that. But let's move to Arthur Smith, offensive coordinator for the Steelers. I'll just stop there and let you guys speak on what you guys think about Arthur Smith and, his chances to get this job over here and why.
Well, he seems to have been successful with Justin Fields as well as Russell Wilson. And they're two different, kind of players. So his play calling's all right. He's able to adjust okay. But their offense is kind of like, to me. I don't know what it is. I can't, put my finger on it to why it's just so meh. and if that's his thing and as offensive coordinator.
They play clock control football. That's why it's boring.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it, I get the strategy, run the ball, play action and play defense and good special teams. But I'm good.
Yeah, so
I'm good.
You're good. You're not on the Arthur Smith train. It looks like Joe Brady. And go ahead.
I don't know. So when he was in Atlanta, he had washed up Matt Ryan, and he did all right. As far as the offense was all right for the most part. One thing about Arthur Smith is that he likes all his play action and most of the passing targets to be through the middle of the field. And it's so interesting that he's having offensive success in the pass game this year with two quarterbacks who hate the middle of the field. He's done a very good job of working with the talent he has. But to that point, I don't think he's a very good head coach that people buy into. Because of what happened with Atlanta, the team was full of talent the entire time he was there, and they were just kind of barely treading water. The offense didn't get a lot going despite having so much talent. It was a very boring ball control style of football, calling plays like he's an offensive lineman. Let's run duo and power over and over and over again.
So, like, unless like if the Steelers somehow make it to the Super Bowl, I'll reconsider, you know, what I'd reconsider my stance on Arthur Smith. I don't like his time in Atlanta was a little bit shaky for this guy, because he kind of has a weird thing with running the football, and all of a sudden in Pittsburgh he kind of got over it, right? Atlanta drafted Bijan Robinson in the first round, and he basically refused to use the guy. Like, there were times where he just benched him for no good reason. I'm not sure if they had beef behind the scenes, but that also doesn't speak.
There was always a reason. What it was, we just didn't know about it.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, maybe there was a reason, but how that reason resonates across the team as well as, you know, throughout the NFL and the upstairs, you know, couldn't have been positive. Right. So they obviously spent money on that pick. That pick was expected to do things that season, and he didn't allow that guy to do things. Maybe Bijan Robinson's a jerk. Like, I don't know what the answer to all this is, but it didn't work out for Arthur Smith positively. None of that did. Flipping the script, year before that, he had Tyler Algier, and they were running all over the NFL with Tyler Algier. Right, so I got to give him that. He does know to run the football, and we're seeing him do it in Pittsburgh with the two backs that they have. You know, I'm not so worried about his offensive capabilities. I believe he knows what he's doing, and I'll give him that, both with the quarterback and with the run game. I'm just not so sure he's actually, like, you know, head coaching material, for lack of a better thing to say. I'm not sure if he is. I don't think the folks in Atlanta fell behind him the way they should have. I think they fell out of favor with him, and that's why he's no longer in Atlanta. But if that's the case, I'm not so sure how well that's going to work in Chicago with the existing human beings that are here. That's my 2 cents.
Any thoughts, Trips, about Smith and what he might bring to the table?
No, I went first.
Okay. So Arthur Smith, I think, is he's a throwback. What you want to call him? He is traditional when it comes to football and designing an offense, and he insists that you must be able to run that ball in order to set up the plays that I have in mind for the quarterback to do. And when he does it, and you got the right quarterback and the right running back behind that quarterback, it looks really, really, really good. You know what I mean? It's just like really good, flawless football, and it all plays together, right? That's the best thing I could say about Arthur Smith. Head coach, you know, leader of men. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, I'd rather have him basically
As an OC.
either OC or some kind of quality control guy, you know, for my offense to make sure that we stay, you know, balanced, you know, that kind of thing. And, you know, it's one of those, I think he's going to end up getting probably not a head coaching job anywhere. It's probably going to end up being the OC somewhere else, because I don't know that Pittsburgh is going to keep the same regime after they get thumped by the Ravens again. But that's a conversation for a little bit later on. But I think his concepts are sound. I think from the offensive side of the ball, he can bring something to the table here. In Chicago, it fits his style of way of thinking of designing an offense. He wants to run that ball first, and that's what we love around here.
Yeah, we don't have any running backs, but continue.
Not as of yet, but you know what I mean? So I just don't look at him as a serious head coaching candidate in this cycle, not here in Chicago. I don't. That's just the honest truth about him. But we'll move on to the next guy, because the next guy is Vance Joseph, defensive coordinator, who is throwing down over in Denver with that defense, man. Got them in somewhere around the tops in the league in defense. And Vance Joseph has had a run at head coach. I think I want to say it was Arizona, but I might be wrong. But he's had a chop at a head coaching job, and it just didn't go quite as well as he thought it might. But really, really good defensive coordinator, also a 3-4 guy that brings an aggressive front to the table. Again, it's the 3-4 coaches that they are looking at right now bring a certain something to the table. We complain all year doing live watch, kids, and after the games when we do these shows trips, there's that lack of aggression from the defense starts to get a little nauseating. And so every one of these guys in this cycle that are coming in for interviews for Chicago has an really aggressive trait to their defensive fronts. They really get after the quarterback. And so he's another guy along that line, really, really, really good defensive coordinator, one of the tops in the league. And he's also a leader of men. So that's my piece on Vance Joseph. What say you guys?
He was the head coach of the Broncos. So it's interesting to see him be back there as the defensive coordinator.
Yep. That's what happened.
Yeah. Broncos, my bad, man. That's right. The Broncos.
See, now I would be interested to know what he learned as his reasons for not succeeding as head coach, and being that he's a defensive guy, who would be his nominees for offensive coordinator and their philosophies. Other than that, I got nothing, bad to say about the kid. If he's the guy, cool. If not, cool.
Yeah, I don't. I like Vance Joseph. I just don't necessarily like him for this job. Like, I don't know what else to say. I think he looks great in blue and orange. Defensively, he's a pretty solid stalwart, although that's with a 3-4 defense and a stacked 3-4 under Vic Fangio. The team that they had over there kind of speaks to the defensive prowess in a major way, and we have to recognize that too, right? Like, there was a lot of defensive talent that came through, but with his tenure and Fangio coming over as well. So I don't know if I would really want him again. I definitely don't want him here in Chicago just because he hasn't done anything. You know what I mean? He hasn't won anything. He hasn't done anything. And it's just sort of rooted in that. Is he a good DC? I'm going to say, yeah, he is a solid defensive coordinator. They had some real dangerous defenses in Denver during that period of time. But, unfortunately, Vance's issue was the offense. It just didn't line up. And that's kind of, a little bit of foreshadowing for us all. If he winds up being the HC here, we're probably just going to continue having problems on the offense. Maybe the defense picks back up, but potentially we'd be switching to a 3-4, and they may have to shake up the defensive personnel too. So I'm not with it.
So let me get this off. I think both of you guys, Bears Yard says, give me an offensive minded head coach. A lot of people thinking that right now. I think that's the obvious knee-jerk reaction to the situation, because everybody wants to see Caleb, sail to greatness. But it's as a football team, it's a lot more to think about than a quarterback. And I would just say that, and that's going to be my message this entire cycle until they hire the right guy. But what do you guys think about the fresh face versus the guy that's had that experience at head coach? Are you guys afraid? To get that head coach that hasn't had the head coaching experience just because of recent history? Or are you guys okay? What do you guys feel better about? How I'll just say that.
Well, if you don't get a first-time head coach, you're getting a head coach that's failed before. Unless you go with a guy like Pete Carroll. He's got a Super Bowl, right?
He does.
And he's available. Other than that, there's no other coach out there that's going to be like, yeah, we got a winner as a coach.
That's
You can look at Vrabel and say that, well, he, playoff guy. And all of these other candidates who have gotten as far as the playoffs, but haven't won a Super Bowl. So you want a Super Bowl winner, you got to go Pete Carroll. You want people with experience, you're going with people that have failed before. You're going with a fresh face, you're going with somebody who's a first timer. All the excitement, what do we do? What do we do?
So there's actually two guys that also fit the bill of what you're describing, Trip. One of them is Mike McCarthy, who's basically, sticking with the Cowboys. They've said
We're
that
headed
they're.
there. Let's talk about whether you would rather have a fresh face or a guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, we going to McCarthy. I just wanted you to know.
I'm just saying that's what I'm talking about. He's a guy who actually has Super Bowl tenure, and one. The other guy who has Super Bowl tenure, and one would be John Gruden. So neither one of these guys are on the list, right? So we can push them off the list. Personally,
Well, what about Jim Caldwell? He's got 2 Super Bowls. Is he on the list to be interviewed?
there's another very good name. He's not on the list, right?
Nope.
Good catch. You're right. He's not on the list. I'm going to say very simply, me personally, I lean towards the experience because with the experience comes cachet, right? You're bringing respect. I've done this. Have you? Right? Like, you're bringing respect to the building, and everybody in the building has to respect that you've been to the dance. The other guy I would also include in that little conversation would be a Ron Rivera. Has he won? No, but he's at least been to the dance, and he can say that he has. Right? So Caldwell, Rivera, Gruden, Mike McCarthy again. None of these guys are on this list, but I do lean towards the experience factor.
Well, none of them have been mentioned. Shout out again to Mitch Osborne.
Another one.
$20 super chat. Angle on defense, coach. If you're a realistic, talented OC, wouldn't you want to work with Caleb? ? As a fan, we don't want a lot of focus on Caleb's development. ? If you have an OC whose only job is OC, then that's a lot of attention for Caleb. That is Mitch is speaking. Basically, he's my spirit creature right about now, and damn it, man, because the truth is that is I'm terrified as a fan that we end up in a place in the offseason that ends up being Caleb, who's best for Caleb, all that, and we just forget we got a whole damn team.
So you misread this, Doug. So
I must have.
You must have, right? So I'm gonna reread it for you and see if he's really your spirit animal.
Okay,
Angle on defensive coach. If you're a real talented OC, wouldn't you want to work with Caleb? As a fan, don't we want a lot of focus on Caleb's development? If you have an OC whose only job is OC, then that's a lot of attention for Caleb, right? So he's saying the exact opposite of what you're
reading it different. I'm reading it the way I
know you're reading it the way you want. you want it to sound.
Yeah,
I know Osborne has been here multiple times, and I'm familiar with his commentary. And I'll read it one more time through my lenses. Angle on defensive coach. An angle on a defensive coach. If you're a real talented offensive coordinator, wouldn't you want to work with Caleb? ? As a fan, don't we want a lot of focus on Caleb's development? Another question mark. If you have an OC whose only job is OC, that's a lot of attention for Caleb. I'm still seeing it the same way.
Well, you see, I'll read it my way.
Okay.
Angle on defensive coach. If you're a real talented OC, wouldn't you want to work with Caleb? As a fan, don't we want a lot of focus on Caleb's development? If you have an OC whose only job is OC, that's a lot of attention for Caleb, which is what we want because we want to develop our franchise quarterback to carry on.
So
he's making a claim for a defensive coach.
No,
right. He's making a claim for a defensive head coach to allow an offensive coordinator to be the offensive coordinator and not to have to be the offensive coordinator and the head coach, because that detracts from the attention to the offense, Caleb. If now your offensive coordinator has to go to head coach.
Right. Start all over, Trips, because he's agreeing with you. Start all over. Explain it again.
Paired Trips.
If you have a defensive head coach then that allows the offensive coordinator just to focus on the offense. Not have to be in those head coach meetings or make those decisions. That allows the offensive coordinator more time, more bandwidth to address the offense, namely Caleb and his development, and not have to worry about head coaching decisions or thoughts.
So it's exactly what I think. It's exactly what I think. That's that. I man, listen. Go ahead, kid. You got something to say?
No, I don't know. So you go.
No, I just don't think. I think it's gonna get looked at in the locker room in a different way if it's a coach that's strictly here to help Caleb ascend, because everybody's not gonna respect that. It's gonna be dudes in the locker room that's gonna feel a certain kind of way about that. Like, man, dude, we got other stuff to be thinking about inside this building. Then Caleb's got to do what he's got to do, and yeah, he the future of the franchise. But still, is that everything? No, I've checked Ben Johnson out, and I don't see head coach material. We're not talking about Ben Johnson right now, but I am terrified that that's going to be the case in Chicago, man. If all else fails, it's going to be about Caleb instead of team.
At this point, that's the only, oh man, that's the reason people are like a coach is coming here, right? He's coming here for Caleb.
Right, Leroy. I see you. Right on, Leroy.
Yeah. Making me hungry there, Leroy, too, man. I skipped dinner. But I'm just saying, that's why most of these coaches are coming here, man. They're coming here for Caleb. A lot of that's gonna have to do with him. So I'm not really afraid of the whole Ben Johnson thing. I'm not also sure that he is a leader man type, control a room guy. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case. So it's a crapshoot there too. But let's continue on.
Oh, let's turn it up a notch, Shane, because
it's all a crapshoot.
We got to turn it up a notch. So we got the enemy on board. We got the enemy on board. Aaron Glenn, very, very much more impressive when you check him out. Check him out as a coach and watch how he operates on the sidelines, and tell me if you see leader of men material inside Aaron Glenn, and you come back and tell me you don't. I don't know, something your DNA structure might be wrong, but he's definitely leader of men material. Is he the exact right guy for this situation now? Under the circumstances, I don't know, man. I'm gonna just shut the hell up and let you guys fill in the blanks and tell me what you guys think about Aaron Glenn, and I'll finish it.
Well, this if Aaron Glenn was to become the head coach of the Bears, this would be the kind of guy that Mitch is talking about, because he is a defensive coordinator. He's going to stay on that side of the ball. So he's going to hire an offensive coordinator who's going to focus on the offense / Caleb. As far as Aaron Glenn, I remember watching him play, and it was like, man, he was nice on the field, and to work his way up through the coaching ranks is cool. To see that, yes, there are times when the Detroit defense gives up a lot of points, but they working with dudes that was working at K. Martin Zare at the beginning of the season, because they've been decimated by injuries, but he's getting these guys to, perform and believe in themselves to do their job. Next man up mentality. That's the leader of men, quote unquote, type shit right there. So seeing him be able to do that, that's the attitude and the demeanor that would work in Chicago. If he was hired over Ben Johnson, I would think, half of the fan base would actually have aneurysms. But if we had to take a Detroit coach, Aaron Glenn wouldn't be horrible, in my opinion.
I'm not sure if I care. I don't know if I care about this particular guy. Their defense ain't really good at all. You know what I mean? If I'm looking for a defensive coordinator, I'm looking for a defensive coordinator with a really good defense. Their defense is average. Their offense is real good, and that's why Ben Johnson's getting a lot of talk and a lot of looks. And I ain't saying he's not a leader of men. I believe he is. I'm just saying again, there's no pedigree here, no cachet. His defense is okay. Aaron Glenn.
That's all you got.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not.
So
Yeah.
When you look beyond, you look at the defense is, what's interesting about it is, nobody expected them to really do anything after Hutchinson got hurt. Not only did they go out and get, I forget his name, the edge rusher, they went and got him. But they didn't think he would be. So other guys have stepped up on that team. And so to me, when I look at Aaron Glenn, and Mitch is killing it in the chat, man. He's talking about the mindset. You know what I mean? It's all about a mindset and the way you play and the tone you set when you're out on the field. And you can see him. You can see that the defense that he puts on the field sees his attitude. I mean, they take on his personality in a real way. Like, all you have to do is just really go check him out and see how he operates with them. Leader of men, that is a given trait to him. That's nothing manufactured. That's just who he is. And I think without Aaron Glenn and his influence on that defense and their travels, everybody gives Dan Campbell all this credit. He's the one that went out and made sure that he got Aaron Glenn, so he deserves credit. He's the one that made sure he went out and got Ben Johnson, so he deserves that credit. But the operational part of it and the functionality of what they do and their tone and temperament on the field is a functionality of Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson and the pieces they have. And so I give them the ultimate praise, man. I think they didn't take a step back after Hutchinson left. You know what I mean?
I think they might win the Super Bowl this year. And I'm going to give Detroit all the love that I can in this respect, but their defense is 20th in the league. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of other guys that I would be thinking of over in Aaron Glenn if I'm really thinking about bringing in a defensive coordinator as the head coach. That's where I'm at.
You'll say that one more time, kids. I was looking in the chat. I heard the butt end of that.
I said the defense is the 20th in the league. That's what I said. It's about table stakes as it could be.
And that's your reason for not wanting to have him in here as head coach.
I'm saying there's definitely better candidates in that respect.
Are you taking into account all the injuries that he's had?
Yeah, absolutely. I know they're fully decimated on this team. And again, he may lead that defense to the Super Bowl. I'm just saying at this present time, there's other guys. Pete Carroll is a defensive guy, right? He's a defensive-minded guy. He's got Super Bowl caliber. Why would I look at Aaron Glenn, who's just now getting it done with the 20th defense in the league?
I think you're kind of lowballing that, kid. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why, other than you look at a stat or a number and say, all right, okay, I'm not cool with that. I want somebody else. Or you saying you think other guys are more qualified than say that. But his
well, I mean, even if Vance Joseph
is very, you got to look at the whole body of work. You got to look at him as an individual. Now, his pedigree is nice, man. I'm just telling you.
All right, I'm just saying. Even a Vance Joseph, like Vance Joseph, I poo-pooed on that idea too, but it's mostly because, again, I personally I'm kind of leaning toward the other side of this, but he has some pedigree. He's definitely led league leading defenses for at least a year, if not two. So I'm of course Don is saying this because I'm talking trash about his guy. I'm sorry, Don. I'm sorry, Don. And I'm not even really talking trash. I just don't think personally, I just don't really want Aaron Glenn as the Bears head coach. It doesn't really do anything for me. I think there's other candidates there. I'm trying to help you out, Don. You get to keep your guy. You should be happy.
Well, anything else on Aaron Glenn? I think he's probably the most slept on, and I will point to myself as the one that slept on him. I think he's the most slept on candidate in this cycle. I think he's got some serious pedigree to him. And there's a reason, like I watch Detroit play, and I know watching a football game and a team playing with a certain kind of attitude where it comes from. And it all doesn't stem from Dan Campbell. I'm telling you, Mo Fugger said it in the chat earlier. They play for him, and that's what you want. And that's what you want. So I'm not saying he's the best candidate in the cycle, but damn it, man, I like his pedigree. I'll just leave it there. Just leave it there. And let's move on to the next guy, because the next guy is, I think, what a lot of people want to talk about, and I don't know if there's much to talk about. Mike McCarthy. And I'll just keep my comments to myself until the fellas get their crack at the apple, man. Go ahead.
This has the stink of trying to recreate what they did with Cheeseburger.
Who's Cheeseburger?
Andy
Cheeseburger. Continue. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I should have known.
You call it Cheeseburger. That's
Yeah,
cool, man. He went to Ketchup City and everything. Like it works. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean Cheeseburger. That was his name because he's always eating a cheeseburger to McNuggies or the Nuggies, whatever, But he couldn't get over the hump there when he was in Philly, and then they hired him down there in Kansas City, and now he's perennial Super Bowl guy. Whereas now McCarthy, he couldn't get over the hump and down there in Dallas after he was successful in Green Bay, right? Didn't he win a Super Bowl in Green Bay?
Marine.
Yeah. So he has a history, resume of success. He couldn't get over the hump down there with the Jerry Jones owned Cowboys, and
12 wins 2 years in a row.
Right. But I mean, just that's good, but it's not Super Bowl again. But he's a winner, and so he looks like a winner. The team seems to respect him, the players that is, and he would be a good coach, I believe. And he's isn't he? What does he call offense or defense?
No, he's
offense.
Offense.
Like
All
real
right,
talk,
so,
he's
they
a
denied us. They denied us like the interview request, and his contract is over next week sometime middle to end of next week. His contract expires if it gets to that, but they denied the request of him being for an interview. So we ain't gonna get a chance to talk to him unless something changes in a week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it would be like a great loss. I'm not saying that, you definitely hire this guy, but he's somebody who has had success in the league and would be worth the interview. But, the Jerry Jones, he's hating, maybe trying to re-sign him, have exclusive negotiating window or something because he wants to keep him, if he wants to keep him, or is he denying the interview request just to cock block? What are they doing down there? And if he is denying the interview to block, and then within the next week, if they get all what they have, what they got, like 82 interviews scheduled now for people to be head coach.
84.
84. Okay, they might be able to put McCarthy in at the tail end because I'm sure that probably still be going on.
Right now we at that.
You know what, Trips? And I keep saying this, and not because Mitch is giving nice super chats, but Mitch is really speaking to exactly what I think about, because Mike McCarthy, I see this exactly the same. He said Aaron Rodgers was pretty good back then, though. A lot of people really like Dak. Has Mike McCarthy optimized his QBs or just been along for the ride for the really good ones? That you know what? That's exactly what I think about Mike McCarthy.
Wow.
That's exactly what I think. I think Dak was a veteran quarterback when he got him and already knew how to play football. And I think Aaron Rodgers, with the luxury of sitting behind Brett Favre for as long as he did, came out the oven right? And so, put him in front of a Caleb Williams who had that was pretty rough for a rookie. I mean, his numbers didn't look like it, but it was pretty rough watching him at times. Mike McCarthy in that situation, is he the same successful quarterback kind of as what Mitch is trying to get at? Do you think he has the pedigree to fix a quarterback like that?
Well, he's never. So what I'm getting is he's never he being McCarthy has never developed a quarterback because Rodgers who
Rodgers.
Yeah.
he developed Rodgers.
He was
Yeah.
there. He got hired in 2006. So yeah.
He was
So, I
there.
mean,
He
what-
was there for the
Like, this is,
development.
I'm just waiting for my turn
Rodgers.
because that's what I'm about to say. Yeah.
All right,
He
so wait,
developed-
was McCarthy when because Aaron Rodgers was drafted while Favre was still
that part
playing.
was here.
Yeah.
How long had McCarthy been there at Green Bay before McCarthy got there?
I would say
I'm
he's
sorry, how long?
been
Rodgers.
there for a while.
1 year.
I
1
think it
year.
was yeah, that sounds about right.
1 year.
All right.
He got drafted in 05. Then they get McCarthy. They go 8-8. Then they go 13-3. Then they go 6-10. Then they go 11-5. Then they go 10-6. Win the Super Bowl. 15-1. 11-5. 8-7. 12-4. 10-6.
The fact
10-6.
that you know these
7-9.
Green Bay Packers
4-7. Then
records
he
is
gets
right.
let go. Then he goes to Dallas. 6-10. 12-5. 12-5. 12-5. Now this year 7-10. Winning record, bro.
Yes,
174 wins. The 112 losses. Winning record. That's 0.608.
You
That's
know
a
what I'm
winning
saying? You can't deny the record. It's on paper. You know what I'm saying? It's in the books.
So this guy,
No, it wasn't.
This guy
Maniac.
right here, when I
You
saw
won
him
it fair and
initially-
square. Cope all you want.
But now he
Yeah.
has not developed. I'm sorry, kids, but just to finish, he has not really, done any super development with any quarterbacks down there in Cowboy land, whether it be Prescott or Trey Lance or Cooper
Prescott's
Rush.
not that good.
this is what I'm trying to say. So it took me a while to
Prescott's
like
overpaid.
this idea, and I actually like this idea. I hate the Packers. It took me a while, but the facts is, yeah, he developed Aaron Rodgers to again as head coach. Dak Prescott was not a good quarterback, performing well until he got to Dallas. Like the difference between Dak Prescott pre-Mike McCarthy and post-Mike McCarthy are night and day, right? Like they actually really are. Mike McCarthy has a cachet. He's an offensive leaning coach. Been to the Super Bowl, won it, multiple decent records. Mike, you know what I mean? I have to give it up to this particular guy. He would be a very viable coach here in Chicago, given his tenure in other places. I have to say this. As much as it hurts me to say it, again, former Packer we're talking about here. This guy stomped us quite a few times. I think he would do well here. I think he would develop Caleb. I think he would find the right guys. I mean, it's not like the defense dropped off in Dallas until this season when the defense just got hurt.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody was hurt in Dallas on the defensive side. Finally, things went sideways. But without the injuries in Dallas, I think this guy's the defense didn't suffer. And that's my thoughts. Like, is bringing in an OC or an offensive-minded head coach, is your defense going to suffer? Maybe. I haven't seen defenses suffer under this guy. So, unfortunately, we're not getting the interview. It doesn't look like, unless things change in a week's time, as Nomad has outlined. But I think he's a really good look.
Is that really a thing, though? I mean, a week. All right. I doubt that
They're probably going to be
hire a coach in that time anyway. And with the Jets, the Saints, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Bears, and the Raiders are the ones with openings. And if McCarthy has the resume that he does, teams are going to say, hey, look at the open guys on the market that are available and go, hey, we want to holler at McCarthy before we make a decision. And putting off that decision for a week isn't really going to kill you, especially this early in the offseason.
Except the Bears hired their guy in 3 days last time, so maybe they'll hire some guy that they found under a rock somewhere in 3 days.
And how did that work out for us?
It worked out super well. That never let's not think they might do different things now. Like if they do it crazy, but they've been known to repeat the same stuff over and over again.
Well, just with the amount of people they got on the hiring council, it's going to take like a month or two to coordinate all those people.
You're right. So hopefully that week goes by and we find out what's up.
Hey, real talk though. Scrolls just hit the chat of the day. Hey, McCarthy would enjoy the proximity of the Italian.
Mike McCarthy just coming for the sandwiches.
Right.
He's
I heard about this place called
he might not live long enough to bring a Super Bowl, but he gonna enjoy some Italian pizza.
If Andy Reid survived Philadelphia, I think
nah.
McCarthy could survive.
Hey,
he survived
another, right? Them Philly cheesesteaks. Damn, Andy.
Hey, McCarthy surviving the Texas barbecues and smokeouts, so I think he can handle some of that Chicago's greasy food.
You know what, Nick? That's a good point. Because if he can survive all them Philly cheesesteaks, he got a great doctor, number one. And he gets some good medicine, number two. Because I know he's eating every last free cheesesteak he can get his hands on. I know he is. Because them things are good over there. I had one. Those things are good everywhere over there.
You're damn straight
Yeah,
there.
somebody just sent Mike McCarthy a box of Riccobennies. Like, you can get more of this if you come to Chicago.
Some bread and steak sandwiches from Rico Benny's, yes sir, with the jardiniere and the I think he'll be hooked. He'll be hooked.
Hey, that's
Chicago here tonight.
Chicago food could be the best thing ever, or it could be your damn casket, depending on how you take care of yourself. I'm just telling you. So
he was eating cheese in Wisconsin for decades too, so I think he's all right.
Sir.
Yeah. Look at him and look at the result.
He was a dairy merchant out there in Wisconsin.
That cheese, that same cheese is still in him.
Probably married to one of them Wisconsin pogs or something too. So
that's too funny. But yeah, look, I like the idea, McCarthy. Unfortunately, no interview. So who we got coming up next?
All right, let me see here. Let me look at here. One of the guys that I really I'm gonna start this one off because I really think, and I'm gonna start this off talking about Caleb. One of the things that came out, later on, like the last game or two, it's been clear and obvious that Caleb has run into a brick wall with Thomas Brown. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean it in the best way possible, because one of the things I've heard Thomas Brown say a couple of times, and one of the things I've heard come out of Caleb is almost like a kid that knows he needs some discipline. You know what I mean? It's just like, Thomas Brown is saying these things like, there's too many, coaches out here that want to baby quarterbacks. And I agree with that. I think that's the last thing Kedz and I had a good, solid conversation about that. I think during the post game, during the Packers game. He's exactly what Caleb needs. And so in my opinion, I don't look at the results, the wins and losses, and say that's a Thomas Brown thing. I don't look at it like that. I look at his relationship to the quarterback and how he managed the team. And I'm telling you right now, Jalen Johnson gave him the ultimate praise. And when Jalen Johnson praises somebody like that, I think differently, because he comes from a different place, right? It's this experience that he has with the team and knowing good and bad coaches at this point. And he gave this guy the ultimate praise. And I think because everybody's so excited about the next guy up, they don't realize what this guy was handed and what his responsibilities were. And his ultimate thing was to see if he could get this quarterback going on the right track. Now, if you look at Caleb's results and you would say, okay, Thomas Brown's not a good coach. Caleb didn't do anything after he got there. If you're one of those people, then you probably wouldn't understand what I have to say right now. That means nothing. It's asking this guy to perfect something that is going to take forever to do for the most part. That guy needs an entire offseason to implement what he wants to do with this quarterback and the offense. He needs an entire offseason to do that. He's working with somebody else's playbook, doing the best he could, and by the end, he got a win out of the Packers game. And so, I'll save some more comments to the end, but I am still highly impressed with how he was able to rally this team, and I love his leadership ability. I love it.
I think that, Brown came in with the deck stacked against him. The Flus era was still winding down. He's gone. I'm sorry, Waldron went first. So now Brown's the offensive coordinator. And Caleb looked, and this offense looked the best that they've looked all year. And then Flus is gone, and then Brown elevated to HC as well. And then it fell off a little bit more because we learned a few things about offensive coordinator Brown. He likes to be in the booth where he can oversee the field a little bit more. And it's easier with communications for him. But as head coach Brown, now he's got to be down on the field. And all that stuff is an adjustment. It takes time. And so the emotions of getting rid of Flus for the players' side, they weren't hearing Thomas Brown's message for the first, couple weeks when they got their asses handed to them by San Fran. And then, Minnesota after that? Where it's kind of like, all right, Flus is gone. We're here. What do we do now? And Brown is like, we got to play this game violently. And it's like, yeah, whatever, coach. So what do we do now, y'all? And it's like, hey, Thomas Brown is your head coach. And by the time the last game of the season rolled around, I believe he got their attention in the room and they started to actually listen to him. And it's like, all right, well, here's our game plan. Here's what we're going to do. And they played a tough game, a lot of screen passes, and little too much horizontal and not enough vertical for my taste. But he's working with Waldron's playbook. What Thomas Brown's actual playbook will look like, we don't know. But I wouldn't be mad if he was, he doesn't have the history or the resume, but it looked like he was starting to catch the ear of the players and the respect of the players, which is the first thing you got to do as a head coach. So, that hurdle, it looks like he cleared at the end of the season there.
Dude? Nothing? All right.
I don't got much to add.
Okay. Well, the chat's kind of popping on the Thomas Brown thing. There was one homie who was all over it and just saying, Thomas Brown getting overlooked. I think it was Terrence. But anyways.
He is getting overlooked.
He's going to get overlooked. I'm just going to push it right there. He's going to be overlooked.
So you,
say what?
by you, not me.
No, by the Bears. I'm not hiring. I'm just saying, here's the things to say. I think this guy will be a head coach in the NFL over the course of the next 5 years. And I think he's going to have a fantastic career. I don't think that's going to be here. I think he is, at this present time, a burgeoning offensive coordinator and or quarterback, developer. I'm not so sure he's a head coach. And I kind of wish we got more look at him strictly in the OC role rather than in the head coaching role.
I just want to know, before you go any further, I just want to know why you don't think he would be good as a head coach. I just want to know why.
Well, how about,
because you just glazed over that, and I just want to know why.
It's got less to do with me. It has to do with the Chicago Bears. Really, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not hiring. I don't think the Bears are going to hire this guy.
Well, this is the same team. This is the same team that you thought that wouldn't fire a coach during the season. They tricked you there, didn't they?
Remember, I explained to you that was universal cosmic jinx.
No,
I needed them to fire him. I've been calling for his firing for a year and a half. So me saying that they wouldn't do it was a challenge universally, and they answered the challenge. Thank God, he's gone. I'm happy. I just don't think they would hire Thomas Brown for multiple reasons. The main one was just the fact that he didn't win enough during this period of time. They also didn't score enough during this period of time. The offense really didn't take a step forward or change. Again, there's reasons for that, and I'm with you for those reasons, right? Like he's stuck using somebody else's playbook, calling plays out of it. It's not the offense that he installed. There's so many different angles to all of this that unfortunately negatively affect Thomas Brown. And that's, for those reasons, I don't think the Bears are going to hire him. I think they also have an opportunity to maybe hire somebody of note that truly inspires the fan base, I also don't think they're going to do that too. So,
Kids, you know what this looks like? Kids, you know what this looks like to me? Like when I hear people poo-pooing Thomas Brown.
I'm not
No, I'm not saying that you are. I don't think you are, but I don't think you're giving him credit for what he deserves. It's almost like you're in a restaurant and there's a homeless guy in there waiting for something to eat, and somebody walks in there pissed off at somebody that's sitting at the table with a whole, a Whopper and fries and shake and all that. And he's pissed off at him, and he came in there to confront him. There's a homeless guy sitting over there hungry that wants an opportunity to eat that meal. And that guy that came in there pissed off at the dude that with the meal came in there, he's like, F your meal, and just slapped all of it across the table and slapped it against the wall and all over the floor and tells the homeless guy to eat it. That's what this was like for Thomas Brown. It's just like slap all of this around on the floor, pick it up, and make something work with it. If you're hungry, eat it. That's what this was like.
Well, yeah, right. Like he just. It was a terrible analogy, but I hear where you're coming from. It really was a little bit. It was like I hear where you're coming from, though, because at the end of the day, he jumped into a shit situation. He was given a shit sandwich, and he was told to eat it, and he ate it, and we kind of watched what the end result is coming out the other side, and it was just more shit. Right, it's there's a better analogy, and it's also a terrible analogy. No matter how you slice it, he was put in a bad situation. He didn't really proliferate except in specific areas. So let's be real. My guy can command a room, no question. Right? You can't say he can't. He's inspiring. He is also a little bit confrontational, which I appreciate, because in this scenario, I think we all can agree that Caleb required a little bit of tough love and confrontation. Hey, bro, why are you leaving receivers wide open there? Why didn't you hit Cole Kmet on that route, right? Like, I know he's having those conversations with Caleb. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it resonated with Caleb, because maybe we might have seen a little bit more uptake in the things, by way of those conversations, right? We might have seen more change. Do I think Caleb needs somebody like Thomas Brown? I do. And I'm all for actually having him on as an OC or QB coach or something in that line. But I'm not so sure if he's the guy. Plus, he had some issues with the timeouts and things to that effect. I'm not so sure if he's, again, the guy that I'm going to sit here and advocate to be the next head coach of the Bears. I think they can upgrade. That's where I'm at.
Trip. One more, anything else?
Kids out here talking about this is not the coach you're looking for. Using reverse psychology.
That's what I've been saying, bro.
Yeah. No, I mean, but people got to remember that there is ego in this. There is ambition, because I see a lot of comments there from the Nomadiacs on the YouTube channel of the Nomad Network. Big up to all y'all. That it's like, well, they would like Brown as an offensive coordinator. And it's like, well, that might be cool, but what head coach coming in is going to be like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's keep Brown as offensive coordinator. Or do they have their own staff coming in, as well as Brown saying, nah, I don't want to be offensive coordinator. I don't want to hold out for a head coach position. So, I mean, they have the free will in that as well.
He can't really do that, right? So he was only an OC in the NFL for like a week, right? So he's more likely to be vying for an OC position moving forward. And you know what? I think put out of my mouth, because he was going for HC last year too. So I don't know. I don't know what he does.
The entire conversation around Thomas Brown is so dismissive. It's kind of irritating. It kind of hurts my feelings, because you're looking at a guy that just wants an opportunity to show what he can do. And he was given the opportunity with a burger and fry all over the floor, and he was asked to pick it up and make it work. You know what I mean? And we're judging him off of that. And I think just stop there and think about some of the things that we're saying right now. I'm not saying that everybody's trying to put him down, but think about that first. And then think about, I just love the tone and tenor that he set with the team and what he set with Caleb. And I think it transferred across the team. listening to Jalen Johnson talk. I'm just telling you, if you haven't checked out that interview with him, he does an interview every single week with 670 to score every week. And the very last interview he just did with those guys, it was spot on perfect for what I thought about Thomas Brown looking at it from the outside. I'm not there in the building with him. And I just have a sense for this guy is going to be really good if given the opportunity. And I just don't think he's been given that. And I think experience, like Mike Tomlin wasn't Mike Tomlin before he was Mike Tomlin. Neither was Kyle Shanahan. Neither was, the guy, Sean McVay. They were all just guys.
So I'm going to ask you a big question while you're doing this here. So
They were.
I know. So I'm asking you a big question, though. Do you think that this team, after just going through 2 fresh-faced coaches, neither one of them working, should really be leaning towards trying that again under a lame duck GM?
Wait a minute. I had to get something off my screen. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Hold on, man.
My question is, did you hear me?
I heard the very end of it. Kids, hold on.
I'll give it to you again.
Who's to say he's a lame duck GM though, Kedz?
Oh, come on.
If it all works well, he'll get extended.
We've been a year's a lifetime, brother.
Tell me again.
I mean, what does that mean there?
It means he was only they ain't extending his ass is what it means. That's translation.
I was
extending him.
I
I
was trying to kick some stuff out of my almost got kicked out the stream. But anyway, we'll say it one more time. What you
gonna say it again. So it's and really this is a question for all of us, right? Do the rest of you guys, and I'll answer the question at the end. Do the rest of you guys feel that this organization should be going with a fresh-faced, brand spanking new, head coach after doing that twice and having it fail?
Remember, I just asked you.
I'm not finished the question. Under a lame duck coach who hasn't been extended. That's the linchpin here, right? So there's proof that Poles was not extended. A year is a lifetime. They're not planning to extend him until likely next season when things look good or bad and they can make a decision. He's a lame duck next year. Should they be going with a retread? Should they be going with a retread, or should they be going with a brand new unknown?
So personally, people don't even know. So look at Hairberry. He says he heard, and this is on ESPN, that Poles has 2 years left on his contract. Nobody knows. I think it's a lot of people out there running their goddamn mouths, to be honest, about what Poles' contract is. Really, it doesn't matter because it's almost like man, get out my wallet. You know what I mean? Like, get out my business. Like that kind of stuff right there, outside of a coach or somebody that's on the outside looking in and looking at stability in the organization. I think those are the people that should be concerned about what Poles has got, what he doesn't have, and all that kind of stuff. Us on the outside, I feel like we're a bunch of peons.
You're missing
conversation to me.
You're missing the point of the question, right? Like
I asked you the same thing earlier. What do you think about a fresh face GM?
I'm asking you now. What do you think?
Okay, I'm cool with it. I'll just get the right guy. I don't care if he's a fresh face.
Okay.
I don't care. Get the right guy. Have the sense and the instincts to know whether or not you got the right guy or not. That's the question. Will they know if they got the right guy? And that's the biggest question. Will they know? Do they have the chops inside that building to know if they have the right guy in that?
You already know that answer.
We don't.
But now, before we go too much further, I don't care how much money Poles makes, because that doesn't come out of the salary cap or anything like that. But I do care how long his contract is, because that has a direct effect on, George may not think so, but who's tied to what and for how long contractually. I mean, we have all of these ins and outs of football fantasy, all the different levels of fantasy, the betting and all this shit. This is an open industry. And it's like, there should be no secrets as far as, well, our general manager's here. We know another 2 years. We know that, the coach is here this long or that long. We don't have to know how much money they make since it's, that's their thing. But as far as the team goes, ain't no privacy issues as far as you over the team. Nah, it's about the team. What are you bringing to the team? How long are you going to be with the team? And when are you going to be gone from the team?
No, I just want you to know, Trips, Kedz in turn in the last, I think in the last show or the show before that, he turned into a polls hack. He just wants to hack that guy. He don't give a F how he has to do it. He wants to hack him.
Oh, it didn't happen anywhere in the last show. No, he should have been fired, and they didn't fire him. And he's going, let me just explain to you what I'm talking about. So in the future, right? So end of the 2025 season, if the Chicago Bears shit the bed, Poles will be fired.
We got
just like this season when the Chicago Bears shot the bed and they retained Matt Eberflus and he was fired. Difference is they'll wait till the end of the season. But the problem with that is that's going to affect the guy who they just hired as head coach, because a new GM will be ushered in, and that GM didn't hire the head coach. So he's not tied to him. He doesn't really give any shits about him, and he might well fire him too. And this is how these things go. So that's why people are actually asking this question. It's not about, like Trip saying, it's not about how much money does Ryan Poles make. Nobody cares. We just want to know that there's that you two are in lockstep, and the odds of you being fired next season are slim, so that this guy is interested in working with and for Ryan, with and for Ryan Poles, which is part of the questioning that Ben Johnson himself is bringing out there. Like, hey guys, I don't know what's up with this. What does this look like? It's important, right? And that's the only reason that I'm bringing it up. Outside of that,
number one, he has no juice, no rhyme or reason to be talking about, hey, I want to come in with my own. Man, get your ass on out of here.
No,
but he has to say that though. Number one. Number two, we was not having this conversation when we were at 4-2. You have decided that Poles is the problem because of the results now.
No, you must have missed everything I just said. I said if you look in the future, a year from now, and we shit the bed, they're going to fire him, which will affect the head coach. You don't think that would affect the head coach when the new guy comes in?
I think Kevin Warren did more damage to that than anything Ryan Poles could or would have done ever. I think Kevin Warren screwed that. If there's any conversation about whether or not, okay, is this the right situation for me? What's the power structure? What's the alignment inside that building? I think Kevin Warren screwed that up. You just completely sidestepped the whole thing. I heard what you said.
Kevin Warren's important, and I'll be frank about that. My opinion on Kevin Warren has also changed over the last 48 hours. I'll say that. I was really hoping he was a guy who had an idea what should be done and would have done the right things. He didn't do the right things, and he's just toeing the line. So I'm with you on the Kevin Warren thing. But bottom line is, in a year's time, if they shit the bed and Ryan Poles gets fired, that straight up affects this new head coach. It's important for him to understand what that contract relationship with the Bears is. And more importantly, please line that contract up with that new head coach so he doesn't have to worry about lame duck season. And that's what we're about to walk into.
I just want you to know that's a conversation topic I was gonna bring up, and I got it all set up for that. And we'll be able to get into exactly what you're talking about, kids. Just for the record, we'll be able to talk exactly with what you're talking about. But for the last conversation about the coaches right here, let me pull this up. And this is I think people would have been like, you know what, Nomad, you pipe dreaming. But guess what? Nomad did his damn homework. And the truth is, somebody called Pittsburgh. And I've been doing homework against the Patriots, talking about against the Steelers, against who else? Who else was in that conversation? Patriots, Steelers, I think the Raiders. I think we're in this conversation. Might be one more team, but beside the point is somebody called Pittsburgh to inquire if Mike Tomlin is available. And that happened. I found that out a day or two before the presser that Ryan Poles put out there. And, and they asked him questions. And the specific, they asked him, what is it what would you do to bring the right coach inside Chicago? And his answer was, quote, we'll look at all avenues to bring the right coach here. And what I thought about that was exactly what I thought. My notions were right. I think I believe Ryan Poles was the guy that called Pittsburgh about will they be willing to trade Mike Tomlin to bring him here. And I knew the minute I thought about it, if I put this out there, people are gonna be like, "Come on, Nomad, you pipe dreaming. You pipe dreaming." No, I think it's real. Like, matter of fact, if Saturday goes the way I think it's gonna go, and the Ravens do what they did to the Pittsburgh Steelers earlier in the year, I think it's gonna be serious. I think Mike Tomlin's tenure in Pittsburgh could be up for grabs. I would just say that. And I think that if that's a possibility, Ryan Poles would do great due diligence by making sure that he's first in line to get this opportunity, because I think he's exactly what we're missing. And he would be my number one choice up under Thomas Brown. And that's just how I feel about it. You go for what you know, and you go, if you can get Mike Tomlin, stop at nothing to get him. That's my opinions on this opportunity. What do you guys think?
I look at Tomlin as that guy who could never, get over the hump, really. He has winning seasons, but when he gets to the playoffs, it's like they just choke on it hard. And that's like every year. And I believe it was last season that the Pittsburgh fans were like really, really frustrated with having good seasons and then choking it away in the playoffs. Now, he's a good coach. I don't know what it is with Pittsburgh and them drafting problem child receivers, but there's been a steady stream of them since Tomlin's been there, and he just can't work with them, so they're gone. But other than that, he seems to be respected, by his players. They're always playing hard. And they always play, whistle to whistle for 60 minutes. So he wouldn't be horrible to have as a coach. Now, as far as compensation for trading for him, didn't Denver give New Orleans, like a couple first-round picks for Sean Payton?
That was a little rich. There was another one that happened. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was only one. I think New Orleans. I think Denver probably gave up a little too much for him, but proof is in the pudding. We'll find out. The 2 first-round picks is crazy, but who knows what the price is for this guy, man. But go ahead, Trips. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I mean that would seem kind of expensive and pricey, but it's. I don't know, because I don't want to have to give up draft compensation, to hire a coach. It's like, well, no, you just hire a coach and you have your draft compensation. Those 2 different buckets. But now if you're dipping into your draft compensation bucket to pay for the coach bucket, that's too many buckets. So I don't like that idea of hurting the team player wise to bring in a coach. Let's just hire a coach that's out there.
Yeah.
Okay. He just signed a contract for 3 years, right?
I know it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just brought this up because you just wanted to talk good stuff.
I mean, it's not a. He's got a no trade clause in his contract, so any of that.
Then what are we doing? what are we doing? So Mike Tomlin's going to have to
in those contracts. That means that he has a right after the season ends, if he feels like his well is run dry in Pittsburgh, he can say, "I waive my no trade clause," and you know what? Let's look at the opportunities. He can do that. So as much as you laugh at that, let's see what happens in this next game and see if you still laugh at that.
Well, I'm just laughing at the fact that he just signed a contract for 3 more years. He signed until 2027. I don't see him severing an obvious relationship where he's making money and doing what he loves to do with the team. He's been doing it for his entire career. It's just a little odd to me. But hey, maybe he decides to say screw it and he leaves. I'm also going to say that traditionally the Pittsburgh Steelers have fleeced the hell out of the Chicago Bears, so there's also that. Wouldn't want to trade for him. Yeah, we'll wind up giving up the farm.
Always look at history, like there's those situations with those.
You just drive forward in like, what do you mean? You don't. What if somebody rear ends you?
Oh, you had bad. So you
what
had
do you think we have rear years for?
You had a bad experience. You didn't get what you wanted for Justin Fields. So, like, come on, man, really.
Or Martavis Bryant,
or Chase Claypool,
or Chase Claypool. Like it's like it's a list of things, bro. I'm not starting. If it was one time, I would leave it alone. But it's like a couple of times over now. The guy's not available.
James Daniels.
I'm sorry. Like, it's not my fault. You'd be mad at me for stating the obvious shit that you could have run a Google search on. But I just don't see. I don't see that being the case. If we get him, I'll be happy. He's an awesome coach. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying the downside is we also would be giving up heavy capital for it, and that capital is needed for this offensive line and defensive line.
So what are we most in need of? Culture or direction or capital? Draft capital is draft capital. Draft capital is draft capital. Those guys have to, whether it's a first round pick or a 7th round pick, those guys have to live up to where they were drafted. What are we more in need of? Are we more in need of a leader and a culture? Is that the top? Because I'm looking at it from my perspective. To me, that's the creme de la creme. We need a leader, a direction, and a culture more than anything else in the world. In my opinion, that's what it is. So if you're gonna swing for something, here's the fence right here. I'm just being the bad guy right here.
You are, because they're like, you know what I mean? So swinging for this fence, we swung for a fence last season. If we swing for this fence, it's gonna cost us a lot. Like the cost is heavy, and we won't have the offensive line we're talking about that we need. We likely won't have the defensive line that we need, and we're gonna suffer because of that in the trenches. So I'm not really like, again, he's an amazing coach. I can't say anything negative about Mike Tomlin for a second. Like, I can't. I couldn't even think of anything negative to say. Would I love to have him as a coach of the Chicago Bears? Absolutely, y'all. But in this scenario, he's been extended. It's going to cost us a bunch. We don't really have, we're short on resources now to fill those holes. It's a kind of a pipe dream to me. But if they figure a way to pull this out, like if he walks into the Pittsburgh head office and tells everybody to eat shit, and they fire him, and he's on the market as of tomorrow, and we just happen to, he loves the fact that they stiffed us a bunch of times and wants to come work over here for free. Let's just make it even sweeter. I'm with it. It's just never gonna. I don't see it happening. Odds of it happening are pretty slim.
There's a comment. Kliff said Ben Johnson has a math and computer science degrees, top 5 in his class. He's one of those genius guys. He can hire an assistant to crack the whip. And isn't that like your typical sports movie and or military movie where the leader is kind of more quiet, reserved, cerebral kind of guy, and his sergeant or his, assistant coach or defensive coordinator is you heard what coach said. Get your asses over there and on the field. Run those passes. Run.
Hannibal from the A-team, basically. You're saying he's Hannibal, and then he's going to hire Mr. T. Mr. T going to come through and mash heads.
Exactly. So Hannibal can kick back and direct, delegate his responsibilities. And crack whipping.
Basically,
and his coach crack whip.
Basically, you're gonna end up getting Ben Johnson's ass whipped. That's what's gonna happen.
And it smells like exactly what Hairbell was saying right here. It kind of smells a little bit Trestman-y. It sounds like a super. Let me say something else though. Like being the Canadian football and U.S. football is 2 different things, y'all. Like I'm just saying.
Are we still talking about? Go ahead.
Hey, when you fucking do that, man.
I'm sorry, because I know you. I know you
get the shit up first and tell me shut up.
You like to meander, man. You like to meander.
So do you, bro. We all do. That's what we do here.
I got an image up here trying to guide us, man. I'm trying. I'm trying to.
All right, well, let's guide us on to something else. Just talking about the
All right,
comment.
let's do that. Let me just pull that down. That makes it easy. What were you going to say? What were
I don't know. You cut me off mid-sentence. Where am I gonna pull that from?
I'm trying to help this shit, man. That's
Where
all.
am I pulling it from? God
No,
damn
you
it.
about to say something about.
Forget it. Let's move. What are we moving? Don't pull it now. You already killed it. Let's just move on. What are we moving on?
All right, let's go to this then. Let's go to this because this is the truth, man. This is the truth. I don't give a damn how you want to look at it. Everybody wants to see Poles gone. Everybody as we are at that point where everybody is so dissatisfied with the results that they want to see Ryan Poles gone. They don't want to see him get a second chance at this GM job, and they don't want to see him get a chance to succeed here. They felt like they've seen the best of Poles in 3 years. Here's the bald-headed truth. Poles' future, and this is going right into next year. Whether or not Caleb is successful will determine whether or not Ryan Poles keeps his job. However you want to look at that, whatever you think you want to read into what Ryan Poles' mindset might be and what his coach's choice might be, guaranteed if Caleb has a rough season at the very beginning, Ryan Poles might not even make it through the season. And so that's how tied into this decision to draft Caleb Williams he is. Because everybody will be filing back to whether or not Caleb Williams was the right choice to begin with. If this comes about and Caleb Williams comes into the next season and he's not successful early on and you don't see a dramatic change in Caleb's play, especially early in games, Ryan Poles will not be here. And so, Kedz, if you want to see Ryan Poles going, guaranteed if Caleb doesn't come out of the chute really, really doing it the way we expect him to do it, Ryan Poles won't be here. And I think that's the truth.
Well, I hate seeing all these end of the year, end of the season ranks and polls. And it's like, quarterbacks, there's rookies. Jaden Daniels, he was that dude. Bo Nix, he was that dude. And it's like, well, damn. Well, how come you're only talking about Caleb? What's that? What's up with that? It's like, oh, damn, because he wasn't that dude. And it's like, well, why wasn't he that dude if, theoretically he was coming into the best situation that a rookie quarterback was coming into? I say that verbatim because that's all we fucking heard when we were drafting him. And so now we come in at the ass end of the season where it's like this was not the best situation that a rookie quarterback came into, hence no playoffs. And then we look at why this was not the best situation because we couldn't protect him. And it's like, well, wasn't this the asshole that said, I believe we have the best depth that I've ever had as a general manager here, which is true. And then it's like, well, nobody can really forecast, Nate Davis just totally quitting on the team, that Bates, never really getting to play and, whatever. But the offensive line, the protection of your most valuable asset to get the ball to the weapons that you got for him. You spend all this capital draft and free agency on the defense, but you don't protect your rookie quarterback. That just still makes no sense to me. And I'm still perplexed at how between Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham, both coming from programs that built offensive lines that are good, how do you have this offensive line that gives up 68 sacks? Granted, some are on Williams, some are on the receivers running the wrong routes, some is on the offense for sucking, and then the rest on the offensive line, however many that is, but it's still too damn many. And having Ryan Poles sit up there looking at his computer while his franchise rookie quarterback is taking a pounding on the field, left, right, and in front and behind, pause, no diddy, and him not being able to fix that. It's like, dude, you have to fix that now, this offseason, free agency and the draft, a combination of both, because we have to keep Mr. Williams happy. Because if we don't, and he's out of here his first opportunity after year 4 or whatever it is, It's like that's a total failure for not taking the haul. So I mean, then Ryan Poles needs to be I'm not going to say that because YouTube will have an issue with that. But then we got serious problems as a franchise. So let's hope that he fixes the offensive line, the trenches, both sides, because those are the only issues that still really, really need to be addressed. It'll come in with the tails on our new head coach, our new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, so it will fit the scheme. And 2025 will be a damn good year. Speaking into existence.
So my guy Triple R nailed it, and never does Triple R meander. I just had to fucking say it. I'm sorry. In any event,
your ass. Well, let me don't. You gonna
man? Let me finish.
Well, I gotta catch shots like some sarcasm going on.
Let me finish.
Hold on, man. I do this. Let me say this, man. I put this stuff up here to keep us going, man, because nobody really knows what we do, how we do it, and I'm putting it here to guide us, man. Kids, you bounce. I'm just trying to keep us on track. Don't take the shit personally, man.
Bro, if I'm gonna shoot back, you need to shut the fuck up and let me shoot back. You shot already. Let me.
If I could, but let's go ahead.
Let me shoot. It's all good. In any event, shot number 2 is I was saying he's a lame duck, and that entire picture depicts that. What you said explains that. The downside is that it threw something else into the crosshairs that I really wasn't ready to come to grips with, and that is Caleb Williams, right? So, Jesus Murphy, let's go into the future again, y'all. So if we were into the future and it's 2025 end of the season and looks and smells a little bit like this one does, he's gone. Caleb Williams may be looking at being benched if he has this kind of a season, and we might be looking at a situation with the head coach. It's funny because in the chat, Hair Bear was saying, why would we even keep the head coach in that situation when we fire him too? Well, yeah, and that's what Ben Johnson's worried about, right? Like we might just fire him too after one season. Fuck it. Just flush the decks, which is what I was saying should happen now because you already fired the head coach. So that was my problem with Ryan Poles. I thought the deck should be flushed now. I still do, because at the very least, if you have a new head coach and you have a new GM, they have an excuse for shitting the bed in 2025. Hey, they're brand new. He's year 2 quarterback. You have an excuse. So you write it out and you actually start to build. This situation that they've put together, if it isn't successful, you're right. He's a lame duck. He'll get fired. It'll affect Caleb. It'll then potentially affect the head coach. That's why I'm not inspired with happy joy. That's why I'm feeling a little bit iffy about this whole situation, right? It's not because I hate Ryan Poles. Do I think he's done a good job? No, I don't. I think he's done a shit job. Here's the thing. At this point where we are right now in time, moving back to the present, from the future, back from the future. Wrong movie. Anyways, at this point, what you need to do is you just need to do the damn thing the right way, Ryan. This is me talking to you. You just need to do it. You need to get the trenches fixed. You need to fix this shit, protect your quarterback, and God willing, you can pull out a better record than you did this season. If you can pull out a better record than the previous season, even better. But that's what, like, you have no margin for error. You have to be successful now. And I'm not so sure they're going to be. That's where I'm at.
All right. I'm going to give you guys, and I'm going to say this to the Nomadics and everybody that subscribes to the channel, everybody that tunes in for these conversations. Never a dull moment over here, because we are real people. We have real conversations. And this, what I'm about to say to you guys, is about to be very fucking real. And the truth is, you have to, if he's not successful, giving him a new coordinator, and, here's the trepidation with that. You're bringing in a new offense again. You're bringing in a brand new offense for a kid. Number one, put that out there as a disclaimer, for whatever might happen next year. Put that there and keep that there on your wall as a disclaimer. This is a brand new offense. There's going to be some headaches that comes with this installation and him figuring out what everything is. It might be a completely new language. There's no might to that. It's going to be a completely new language. I'm giving Caleb that. The question is whether or not Ryan Poles made the right choice in the first place to draft him. That's the question. You know, now he's here, and now let's see what we can do with it. If we bring in a new coordinator, and that new coordinator, and we're gonna judge that coordinator whether or not Caleb's, especially if he's not successful. But if he's successful, we'll judge him from that too. It's like he's a really good coordinator. But if he's not, are we gonna hurry up and rush to judgment about this new coordinator and say this coordinator ain't shit? Are we gonna do that? Or are we gonna come to the conclusion that maybe, or maybe not, this was the right choice to begin with? Because it's gonna come to that. If Caleb isn't successful early, it's gonna come to that. I'm just telling y'all right now. You can like what I have to say or not like it, but I guarantee you, if you come into the Nomad Network, ain't nobody gonna spare you the truth.
Well, but what you're saying is exactly the reason why this fan base has very little in the area of optimism, because of the winning losing aspect. Like you're saying, if the offense comes out slow, if team comes out slow, if Caleb Williams comes out slow, that usually means losses, which makes Poles' ass gone. But if they come out winning or looking good, now it's like, okay, all right, Poles fixed it. Now, we can get a little more positivity going. But it's the flip side of the same coin that you're talking about with this fan base. And it's just some live on that negative side more than the positive side, that yang more than a yin, because of history and what we've seen. And it's like, look, we've been hurt too many times. We just can't keep putting it out there and getting it chopped off every time. We got to keep it to ourselves sometimes. And until we can see the victories, then it's just all bullshit.
You're right, and it has a lot to do with winning versus losing. Like, it really does. At the end of the day, that's the real litmus test here. But they left this guy, being Ryan Poles, as much as I again don't think he should have continued in his job. I don't really. It's got a lot less to do with his actual ability in the job. It has a lot more to do with what happens this season. They've left him with no margin for error, right? Like, you need to be razor sharp, Like, that's what he needs to be this season. And I hope to God he can be. And I hope that trickles down to the quarterback and he can increase. Like, one way for him to keep his job is, again, if there's a start, like, he just needs to do this all offense. Like, forget the defense. And it's terrible for me to say that, but that's what he needs to do. If he can at least embolden and protect this quarterback and show progress with this quarterback in year 2, it might save his ass. It might save his job moving forward. But, I just got to sort of put it out there the way that it is. Very thin margin for error for Ryan Poles and these Chicago Bears moving forward as an organization with a new head coach and a rookie quarterback. It can all get blown up in 2025 at the end of the season.
Quick question. Now, I don't need to ask this question because I think it's uniform at this point that the Bears, like Ryan Poles, his plan for last year, to bolster up the receiving core and make sure that Caleb had weapons, was the wrong trajectory to take, right? Don't go that way. Why don't you do what you said you were going to come in here and do, and make sure you get it right in the trenches? Why wouldn't you do that first? I think what happened with Ryan Poles is I think he got to the point where he was so sold on this quarterback that he wanted to make sure he had the plethora of whatever this quarterback needed to be successful, to prove him right about his decision about this quarterback. I think that's what it was when we look at it in hindsight. He just wanted to be right about this quarterback and put every opportunity in front of Caleb Williams to make him right about that choice. And those choices were Gerald Everett, Keenan Allen, and on and on and on. You know what I mean? That instead of, and the punter, I think that was Flus's choice, but I think that was about making sure that Caleb was comfortable in his rookie role and feeling like, okay, if we're going to make a jump this year, which I said we were going to do, then we need to make sure this quarterback has what he needs. And 6 games into it, it looked like he was right. The wins were behind the sails. And when the string came loose and there was a thread to tug, it got tugged and everything came apart. And so this could have went totally right for Ryan Poles had they stay on that trajectory. If Caleb Williams hadn't hit that rookie wall and some of the injuries on the offensive line and things hadn't happened, we're probably not having this conversation because we're looking at a better record and a better season. But because those things that I just said happened, now we're in complete judgment of what this man did. And the totality rings to the fact that bottom line is he went backwards with how he decided to design the makeup of this team with this new quarterback. And he was right for about 6 games. But in the end, we have nothing but trepidation for what he did now. And, whether it's fair or not, this is where we are. This is where we are. But if he's not successful early in the season, he's not going to be here.
Well, it falls on Ryan Poles because Flus shit the bed and had to get fired. Why did Flus have to get fired? Because he lost, 4 or 5 games in the last possession. Starting with the out there in DC, with the play before the Hail Mary, they gave him the extra yards to set up the Hail Mary that he discounted as unimportant. And so you win those 4 or 5 games, whatever it is. Now this team looks a lot different than it looks now with just those wins. So it's not as bad as we're talking about it now. If Flus had just been an average head coach, then you say, well, shit, it was Poles that hired Flus. And it's like, well, that's got Georgia's fingerprints all over it. And you look at the dynamic of, well, he has weapons. He's a rookie quarterback. He has a defense, but you don't protect them. And it just seems as though the amount of draft capital and free agent money spent and invested in the offensive line has been, lackluster. Darnell Wright, only top 10 pick. Bargain bin shopping with Braxton Jones, who's just too light in the ass, and we've seen it season after season, and it's like you're not improving there. But don't worry, Larry Borum's still on the team, and he sucked from, day one. And then you bring in all these no-name guys, and it's like, well, where's the protection for the rookie quarterback to give him time to figure out what's going on down the field? And I just don't understand that logic. I get that meandering, thank you very much, that had, we built out the trenches and had no weapons. Then the argument is, well, shit, we have no weapons for our rookie quarterback to throw to, blah, 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 blah. So whatever the deficiency is, that's what fans will accentuate because that's why we're not winning. So that is the cause of why we're not winning. And as that goes higher up the chain, Poles' ass gets hotter.
So the thing that I thought you're going to get deeper into in your meanderings was sorry, I had to do it. Like where I thought you were going to go was a little bit deeper into the Flus portion, right? So the non-firing of Flus is really the problem, right? So when Ryan Poles made the decision, the ultimate decision to move on from Justin Fields and move into Caleb Williams, fine, I'm with it. You must have evaluated something that shows you that he was the guy. Cool. You needed to get rid of Flus, and the reason was the same reason that I've been saying here today that we should have gotten rid of Ryan Poles is because it pushed Matt Eberflus into a lame duck season with 0 margin for error. All right? That was really the issue. If Caleb Williams, and we watched it, we all lived it real time. If Caleb Williams in this version of the Chicago Bears did not have an upwards trajectory, he was going to get fired. And I well knew that. Most of us well knew that. The Bears made a decision and decided to retain him and keep him, and that's exactly what happened. And it's really unfortunate because it maligns the trajectory of the quarterback you just drafted. And now we're in year 2, and he's now got a GM who's on the hot seat. It's ridiculous. We should have flushed out Flus. Things would have moved forward much easier. The new head coach would have walked in. Him and Caleb would have had, obviously, an acceptable situation, a little bit of grace. They're both brand new. They're both rookies. Heck, it could have been a brand new guy if it wasn't Jim Harbaugh. I don't care. End of the day, at least they'd be aligned with Ryan Poles. The whole fan base would give him a pass, win, lose, or draw. New rookie head coach, new rookie quarterback. Instead, we rolled with the guy who's been losing for 2 solid years. Can't call a timeout. And unfortunately, when the losses start to pile up, in the locker room, they're going to lose respect because he has no cachet. And that's why I use that word. There's no pedigree there. He hasn't been anywhere. He hasn't done anything. All he's done is lose. So they want him out more so than the fan base wants him out. And out he goes, right? And that's kind of where we're headed with this poll situation unless he effing nails it. So let me be real. I'm a Bears fan. I love this team. I want this guy to friggin' destroy it, crush it, get the trenches managed, fix it, protect the kid, and let's move forward into this season, and let's be excited about it. But at this present moment, they've given us nothing to be excited about. I'm worried that he may not succeed given the tiny margin for error that he's been left with.
I'm gonna say this, man, and I truly believe this. I'm not saying this just because I want to defend Ryan Poles or anybody else in this organization. I don't, some of the coulda, woulda, shoulda stuff, with me, it's just like I'm just the type of person that's like hindsight is 2020 for sure. But at the same time, this guy is he got hired for a reason. Talking about Ryan Poles, he got hired for a reason, and he took a certain track towards where he thought that this team could be successful. The truth is, he thought that he could replace the quarterback and be smooth sailing. And in fact, they can add to what they did in the previous season. That was his mindset going into the offseason. So we have to understand that first. So that mindset led him to all we have to do is replace the quarterback with and everything will be fine. And he didn't address the offensive line in the way that a lot of people felt like he should have. I'm one of those people because in the offseason, I was a real strong proponent of making sure that we got the best offensive tackle there because I didn't think Braxton Jones was going to get it at left tackle. I just didn't. And I was right. And this ain't about me saying that I was right. This is about whether or not a guy should be given a second opportunity to fix what he probably really messed up at doing and not taking care of the trenches before anything else, number one. But before that, was Caleb Williams, and this is going to be a conversation all offseason into the season. People are going to be excited about this new head coach and whoever the coordinator is going to be, and that's going to last for months. And then it's going to lead us into training camp. And in training camp, people are going to be excited. Caleb is spraying that ball around, and he's doing this. Just like they were in the offseason this year. And we're going to go into the season like, hey, we should be really good, and we should be doing this, and we should be doing that. I don't know that we're in that place with this quarterback. He's into, I'm going to say it one more time, his second offensive coordinator already. But that goes back to what Kedz he keeps talking about is maybe we should have brought another coach in that pair up with Caleb to begin with. That goes into that conversation, right? And, I was adamant about we didn't really need to draft a quarterback. But since we did, who was the right quarterback? And then we said all offseason that, I felt like Jaden Daniels was the best quarterback to draft. And we did not draft him. We drafted Caleb Williams, and this is the guy we're going to deal with. And I believe that he's got the skill set and he's talented enough to overcome any of the obstacles that I thought were in his way before he got here. But the truth is he's got to overcome them. And for us to act like because his talent is so great and those obstacles won't be here come this time next year, that's foolish. He's going to be the same guy, but with a new system and a new coach.
Something that will help that right now, this offseason, it doesn't matter who the coach is, even if we ain't got one right now, is with Caleb Williams getting together with Cole Kmet, with DJ Moore, with Rome Odunze, with Tyler Scott, with Colin Johnson, every receiver on this roster, and just running the route trees. What is it? 1 through 9, just run the goddamn route trees and get the timing and the cohesion going with every receiver out there. And so whoever the coach comes in, now, of course, you adjust your routes to whatever that offense is, but now at least, the quarterback and receiver are on the same page. It's like, all right, well, this guy likes the ball here. I can lead, this guy a little bit more there. Roma Dunze, he's actually a 50-50 guy. So let me throw him some 50-50 balls and give him the opportunity to go up and get them. Just practice those aspects of the game.
That's what he needs to do. He definitely needs to take a whole bunch of time. Those guys should literally just go on multiple vacations together. All, 8 of them, however many it is. Bring the friggin' running back too. Bring Swift too. Just go on vacation, find a field, and throw footballs. You know what I mean? Just have people bring you alcohol and throw footballs, and away you go. Figure out, they need to have that telepathy with each other. I know Rome is going to be here blindfolded. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it needs to be, tight like that. And hopefully that shows up. I'm not going to, like I say, I'm not going to be as revisionist as to say he drafted the wrong guy. Who's to say? I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I like Caleb Williams. I think he has a fantastic skill set, and it can be accentuated. I think he's also got a little bit of a hard head, and I do think, a disciplinarian of some kind might help his trajectory. End of the day, it's really about the margins for error that I think everybody needs to look at. It's so important. There was none for Flus. There's little to none for Ryan Poles going into this year. And what that really does is it shaves down the margin for error for the young number 18, right? It shaves his margin for error down too, right? So that's what I'm really worried about. I don't want to get to the end of 2025 and be worried that somehow this guy, Ryan Poles, has destroyed the young quarterback that he drafted. That's what I don't want to see.
We back to Ryan Poles, huh?
Who drafted him? Did somebody else draft him? Should I be talking about somebody else?
I'm just saying, but you just said he destroyed him.
Yeah, because for all the reasons that Tripp just laid out a minute ago when he was talking, he laid them all out.
Right? You know what? At the end of the day, this offensive line, and I don't know who needs to hear this, but I'm gonna say it. This offensive line was very, very palpable for a good portion of the season, and it was times, and I keep saying this to people.
You just finished saying you were right about Braxton Jones, and you're gonna say the offensive line was in a good place.
Wait. I was right about Braxton Jones.
Yeah, you're right about Braxton Jones. You should just
and he wasn't a starting left tackle. Yes.
Okay, so let's continue to tell me that the line was great.
The line wasn't great, but the line was palpable. Yes.
What does Simo do here?
He's the offensive line coach, Tripp.
And who has he developed in his tenure?
Oh, man, that's a good question because you can't. Now you got to give Braxton Jones some credit now. I mean, in that regard. Now you got.
Well, he still has the same issue that he's had, that he's too light. I
don't like that cat, Trips. I don't like that cat. But
but he's still too light.
You got to give him Braxton Jones because he did.
How has Braxton Jones developed?
He's come along. I think he's seen his ceiling, is what I'm saying. But I knew that last year. Development he has done. The Braxton Jones has gotten better at several different things that I've seen was a flaw of his.
Okay, what about Darnell Wright? He was a badass rookie coming in, but he still had room for development. What development did you see from him?
He's a top five. He's a top five right tackle as of.
I think he's coming along, man. I think he's.
I mean, the actual development. What have you seen that you can say, hey, Simo helped that guy with this block. Simo helped this guy understand the game. Simo helped do this. What has Simo done here to earn his paycheck? Is my question.
There. See, now that's a whole other conversation. Right? We talking about Darnell didn't have a lot of flaws, in my opinion, but him, I'm talking about Simo as a coach.
Yeah,
I think he shouldn't have not been retained after last year.
And now, isn't it after Black Monday or whatever? Why is he still here technically?
I think that's all Flus, man. I think Flus was the influential piece to keep him here. You know, in fact, he moved him. What was his? He moved from.
And so he was the running. He was the.
He got promoted.
Yeah,
from offensive line coach to running game coordinator. But that's not only a Flus thing.
And running game coordinator.
Yeah, there you go.
He's both.
That's another George fingerprints all over it.
Really,
Simo is to me. Yeah,
I mean,
why? How does he elevate up? When Getsy was here, the running game was all that. Now a lot of that was Justin Fields. You know that people don't really want to admit. It wasn't just the running backs. So Simo, got a little juice off of that, and then was elevated into this whole Waldron fiasco, and we saw the results there. But just individually as an offensive line coach, we can't point to any of the young offensive linemen as being developed by Morgan. It's just the natural talents that they had and the basic things that they knew to work on that they were working on. But it's not like he was like, yeah, Tyree Carter, we're going to turn him into a starter.
I was going to say that, Trip, because I was just, but we let him go. That's what I was looking forward to.
Because we can see the talent as much as we can see it when they get on the field. It's like, but shit, he looked like he's athletic. He, was nasty, made some nice blocks. Why can't he can't get any time? Wait, what do you mean he's not on the team no more? And it's like, why can't we develop offensive linemen? Now, granted, we haven't spent a lot of high capital on him. And when we did, it was a third round and he was injured from a small school, whatever the fuck that was about. But I just don't see Simo staying here unless George is his daddy.
Well, I'm with you on all that. I don't know where it winds up. I'm just saying that obviously there were issues with the offensive line and it needs to be addressed. I'm saying that Ryan Poles did not address it with Justin Fields before Caleb Williams. This is not a new conversation we're having. Caleb Williams is suffering from the same affliction that Justin Fields suffered from, and it's lack of attention to the trenches. That's really what the main issue is. Now, does he have issues? He's a rookie. Yeah, and there's things he needs to grow and learn and get better at. Like, he needs to be developed, and you have to give him time to do so. We can consider this season some time, but clearly he needs more time, right? He needs more time on task with these guys in Cabo, just as we're suggesting. But that time does not fix the offensive line. Ryan needs to do that. Ryan has responsibilities here by way of this quarterback, including things like not providing him with a mentor. You talk about Jaden Daniels, people do. Jaden Daniels has a Marcus Mariota sitting right beside him. Worst come to worst, hey, Marcus, what would you do in this situation, right? There's nobody like that for Caleb Williams. This is all on his shoulders. He's been isolated and ostracized, and it's not fair.
Can I say this, man, because this is a trait. This is a trait. When you look at the better teams in the league that are really, really having success, take Kansas City and put them to the side for a second. Those are the champions. They're basically reigning. Now, the teams that are coming up to try to get them, there's three of them. One is Baltimore, one is Philly, and the other one is Detroit. And you talk about offensive line in all three of those categories. And you would ask the natural question is to ask whether or not they have really good offensive lines or not. And I would say this. I would say two of them have really good offensive lines, and that would be I would just say one of them has a really good offensive line. I think the other two really, really depend on their run game, and that is why, because offensive linemen, me knowing them, they want to block and they want to get downhill. They don't want to pass protect. Pass protection is hard. It's very hard. You know what I mean? And it's even harder when you got pieces moving in and out of the lineup, right? When you got guys that, you know, you've been working with all offseason and training camp, and next thing you know, guys are out of the lineup and you're working with another guy. This guy's getting moved over to this position. Now you got to work with him over here when you're used to him being over there. It's a complicated mess is what it is. And the truth is most teams don't have – all teams don't have an offensive line the same from beginning to end. You got to work with your pieces. And having those pieces being versatile enough to fit in places when they haven't had a lot of, you know, reps at those. So what I'm getting at is the teams that are really successful right now are predicated from the run game. These are not pass-happy teams. I'm talking about Pittsburgh. Not Pittsburgh. I'm talking about Baltimore. I'm talking about Detroit. And I'm talking about, who was the other team? Help me out.
Philly.
And Philly. They have a great running game. Why are those teams looked at as the premier offensive line teams in the league? Because they can run the ball effectively. We don't have a team that can do that.
Why?
It's because they're not good at run blocking.
So why didn't we get a better running back?
I just got through talking about the
Well,
line.
running back don't got nothing to do with run blocking.
So if we got Derrick Henry, do you think Derrick Henry would only be getting 3 yards a carry?
Yeah.
You think?
Well, yeah, because I mean the running backs got to have holes to run through, and if
Derrick
there's
Henry doesn't
no
really need
holes,
holes. You just run it through people.
We run a different scheme than they run in Baltimore.
Saquon Barkley might be 3 yards.
We run a different scheme than they do in Baltimore, bro.
Did we change
you
our
bring
scheme?
Saquon Barkley, you bring Derrick Henry, you bring Jacobson here. They're all going to have the same success because there's no. You don't know that the hole's going to be off of this guy's ass, you know, because that guy's getting blown up off the play repeatedly. So I mean, there's no place to run and there's no place to hide.
So the real question I'm asking is, why didn't polls work to fix those things? That's
what we try to figure out.
What I'm trying to say, right?
That's the thing.
I think he underestimated what he had, and I think that's correctable. And that's my defense for Ryan Poles.
He underestimated what he had?
Yes, I think he way underestimated what he had.
Or overestimated?
Overestimated.
Okay, overestimated. My bad.
All right. So, sorry, I just need to clarify, right? So you're saying that he thought that Khalil Herbert and this offensive line were good enough to basically run through another, 1,000-yard rushing season, which makes a bit of sense. And again, that's straight up hubris, especially when you took 1,000 yards out of that room by way of Justin Fields, and then wind up trading Khalil Herbert 2 down the road this season and never really give him any run. Right? Like it's just like I'm saying, there's been some systematic drafts here.
What you're getting at is the truth is there was some delusional going on. They thought
there's some systematic
at something, and they found out that they weren't.
There was some mistake, like I'm saying.
Well, I think they was drinking that generational Kool-Aid.
Yes, sir. That's it. All right, they drank the Kool-Aid. There was a little bit of hubris, which is the word that I used earlier on in this season, bringing it back. A little bit of hubris by way of the general manager and the maneuvers that he made. And, I can be as upset about them as I can. I don't really, like I say, don't really care to itemize them anymore. He's here. I just have to put out the facts of the matter that they've really left this guy, as much as everybody wants to give him a second chance, they've left him with no margin for failure. And it's going to be tough, very tough for Ryan Poles to pull a rabbit out of this hat. Well, that trick never works. This time for sure. Presto! Let's see if it works.
Here's what they're going to have to do, kids. They're going to have to dominate the offensive line free agency market. In other words, and I'm not saying go and get a $22 million guard. I'm not saying that. You got to be able to have the eye to identify, there's some guys on on practice squads. There's some guys that's, not even in lineups right now starting, that you have to have the sense to know that this guy can get us where we need to be. Like he's gonna have to find a needle in the haystack a time or two during this offseason, whether it be in free agency or whether it be in the draft. But either way, they need to come away with 3 qualified offensive linemen, whether it be tackle, guard, center, whatever it is. They need to come up with some dominant pieces at all 3 of those spots, right? They got to. There ain't no this can't be we gotta go ahead, Pip.
So you're saying this is not one of those seasons where we have the luxury on the roster to select a tackle in the 3rd round from a Yale who's been injured, when they're healthy, SEC, linemen still on the board. Is that what you said? That we don't have that luxury no more?
I'm saying if you bring in Bill Callahan, who is the aficionado on offensive line work, then you can do a draft pick like that. Unless you got Bill Callahan, you bet not. Period.
Well, yeah,
and he's in Tennessee, by the way.
I would like to say that I have the confidence in Ryan Poles that he will make the correct, free agent signings and draft picks. But history he's starting to have a history now. He's not new anymore. And there's becoming more in the negative column than there is in the positive column as far as moves that he's made.
Trip, don't do it, dog. Like you just push me into the spot. Like if he goes out and throws a 3rd round pick for a wide receiver this offseason, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna fucking crazy. Yo, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. But yeah, you're right. He has no, like I say, no margin for error. Got to get them 3 to 4. Including depth, right? Like 3 to 4 linemen to really shore up that side of the situation. And you're right, Nomad. He's got to go deep in free agency. He might need, and like you're saying, he might need to spend that $22 million to make sure the left side is rock solid. Like I got spend the money, bro.
Imagine how that conversation is going to be when listen to all the complainers out there. They're gonna be, he spent $22 million for a guard. Come on, that's coming.
Wow, who gives it? Like you can't please them all.
The guy in was it not Chris Jones? That's defense, but the guy in Kansas City, Trey Smith. They looking at what say 25-30 mil for him.
It's somewhere in the neighborhood. That's why I said 22 because that's like the baseline number.
If Kansas City's like, damn, we want to keep him, but we just can't afford him. And he's on the open market, and it's like, well, 30 mil, that's how much you cost. That's how much you just paid your guard. So, Nate Davis, you gave 30 mil for 3 years. This dude just giving 30 mil for 1. So, the margin for error just got that much smaller because now this dude has to practically be a Pro Bowl player to pay him that much. But as Poles said in his exit interviews, we have the draft capital, we have the free agent dollars. So, they have some kind of forecast on what guys will be costing. So he's saying they can fix it. This is the rooms to be fixed. And please, people, let's stop. We cannot, please do not ignore the defensive line that can stop the run. So when we say trenches,
you mean both sides
of the ball.
On the other side of the ball, yeah. Let me ask you a question. Okay, both of y'all, actually. Let me ask both of y'all. Do y'all remember the name Harry Heastan?
Yeah.
Yeah, offensive line guru.
Mm-hmm. And so this is my opinion, and I hope Poles is somewhere drinking some goddamn scotch and just sitting around looking at podcasts late and seeing what the fans are talking about, because I think that's a good trait to have as a GM, man. Just see what the fan base is talking about, whether or not you take some of these loons' opinion. That's a whole other thing. I'm talking about if I'm him, what I'm doing right now, I'm not going to be arrogant about it, but I'm going to have some self retrospection going on, and I'm going to go find the best offensive line consultant I can find to make sure I hit every mark I can hit on this offensive line in the offseason. Make sure I get the right guys, whether it be in free agency or whoever I draft. I make sure I hit nothing but a home run for all of them. Harry Heastan was pretty good at that. He was pretty good as an offensive line coach. He had a good eye for talent. I mean, there's a whole conversation to be had there that I done research on, but that's what I would do if I was Ryan Poles. I would go out and find the best consultant I know I could find. And one of the guys that ended up late on the head coaching search, it was Iowa's head coach. I think his name is Matt Campbell. And one thing that everybody knows about Iowa is they spit out great offensive linemen, right? If you can think of nothing else good about Iowa, they really spit out great offensive linemen, right? And so this is why I say this is sometimes an information gathering operation. Matt Campbell is not a serious head coaching candidate in the NFL right now. I don't think.
Says you.
But listen,
he's the one with the interview.
What am I getting at? What am I getting at?
George might have something different to say.
Guy needs offensive line help. And what do? You bring in a guy that's really, really good and say, hey, how do these guys get that good? Oh, it's my offensive coordinator. It's my offensive line coach, whoever.
Would it be a step up to go from a college head coach to a pro offensive line coach? Is that a step down, lateral? Is that up? What is that?
Depends on who you are. You know, I guess, you know, if I'm a person that wants to break into the NFL, I'm gonna take that job.
So I mean, like this dude, if he's like, I interviewed for a head coach, but they offered me offensive line, do you take it?
Well, no.
I'm taking
it would likely be a step down from his head coaching role in college by way of dollars and cents.
I'm taking it if my ultimate goal is to be in the NFL.
You stay a head coach in college long enough, I'm sure you'll get an opportunity, especially if you're winning.
Well, that's not the truth.
Okay.
I mean, like Marcus Freeman's name came up from Notre Dame.
He's been coming up
briefly.
You know, he's successful, well, somewhat successful as a head coach, but now that doesn't mean that he would, if he got a chance in the league, he wouldn't come in as a head coach.
His name came up, and I think what's his name? David Shaw. Here's another situation why I know that offensive line is heavily on Ryan Poles' mind, because one of the things that I can remember about that Stanford regime when David Shaw was there is they were absolutely vicious in the run game. And that offensive line was vicious. The running backs were vicious and the offensive line were vicious. And I think that's whether or not he's been talking to that guy or he's in that search. I just know this. That particular coach could really bring something to the table. He's a consultant in, I believe, Denver right now. He's an offensive. He's like an offensive quality control consultant, but he's in that. He's open for those conversations. So a lot of guys around the league that are really good at specific things, and that's the thing that stuck out to me about David Shaw from Stanford is they just pounded people on the ground, and those offensive lines were just great. I mean, so it's a lot of those players that are in the league right now, but you know. That conversation is that conversation. I do think that has got to be his focus this offseason, outside of getting the right head coach, is making sure that offensive line gets corrected. And I think the head coach is going to have a lot to do with that.
Well, now, isn't that the head coach's prerogative?
Of what? Getting the right people inside?
On the coaching staff, the entire coaching staff.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll advise him, though. I mean, you'd be like, hey, if you was Ryan Poles, you'd be like, hey, I'll just interviewing with David Shaw or Matt Campbell, and I'm just like, we're thinking about drafting a guy or two off of Iowa, and what do you think about these guys and how they coach? It's all kinds of conversations that can be had out of that.
I mean, because if you were an offensive, or if you're Ben Johnson, just as an example, or Vrabel, it could be anybody, But it's like, yeah, I'm interested in this job. Yeah, no, thank you for your suggestions, but I got my staff that here they are, here are their resumes, and here's why I believe they can develop players going forward. And, they have their own, quarterbacks coach, offensive line coach, defensive coordinator, and all that staff already. And it's like, hey, when you hire me, you're hiring my plan, and they are part of my plan. It's like, do you play hardball and be like, well, we want to say who the offensive line coach is. We want to say who the tight ends coach is, and we like that guy. It's like, well, you can like that guy, but we going to hire my guy, and you can hire that guy as a video editor or some shit.
Yeah, so I really hope that's nowhere near the reality of things, because it should be more along these lines. It should be hey, new head coach, we just interviewed Matt Campbell. He's really good with the offensive line. Would you like to meet him? I can set that up for you. You know what I mean? Like, I can set up a meeting between you and David Shaw if you want, get you guys connected, and you make the decisions along with whoever else you have. But I really want you to have the opportunity to meet these guys, because I think they can really help you. Like, that's how you sell that. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, no.
I like that, kid.
Shaw's your OC. And like, screw with, you know what I mean? Screw with whoever you might have in mind.
I like that. I mean, there's an influential part of all of it, right? That's an absolute influential part of all of it.
You can be influential without pushing, you know what I mean, without forcing the issue, and like, you know what I mean, you must hire this guy. Like, there's ways to do it. So I expect that to happen. I expect that a lot of these it's actually a good portion of the head coach piece here that you brought up, right? A lot of these guys are specifically talented in certain areas that we could use some support in. So again, if those guys are willing to be part of sort of a
conglomerate,
a conglomerate is a great word, actually. Yeah.
Because it seems as though that's what they're doing at Hallis Hall. It's like they're piecemealing together a staff that they like. And it's like, well, I like you as head coach. So, let's bring you in. But I like you as OC. I like you as DC. Let's bring all you in, or retain you and hire new people and keep those people the same. And it's like they're trying to just put together like a Frankenstein, staff, as opposed to saying, we're going to hire a guy and let that guy hire his guys.
So, and so Tripp said, so right now they got guys on like Zoom meetings. They're doing virtual interviews right now. So when they start bringing guys into the building, how you do that is you make sure those guys touch each other on the same day. So you got, this person coming here that day. You make sure that you try to make sure they rub shoulders. But it's not like these guys
the coaches, the two candidates.
If you're trying to get them all connected, like Trips is trying to say, you're trying to build this Frankenstein.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that they should be trying to build the Frankenstein. I'm saying that they are. I'm saying that I think it might be more successful if they just let the people hire their people that they feel comfortable working with and for.
Yeah, so if I didn't know pretty was Frankenstein at the end of the day, was he pretty, or was he a freakish monster?
He was a monster.
So if I didn't know Kedz, and I'm in the airport with him, and hey, where you going, Kedz? And I'm going to this Chicago interview. What? You going for what? You going for the head coaching job, OC? What you trying to do? And I'm going for the OC job. What you doing? I'm going for the head coaching job. Really? And they got us coming at the same time. They know what they're doing as far as that kind of stuff.
Oh, now I'm worried now, right? So how you interviewing OCs? How you interviewing OCs? I don't know, coach that you haven't hired yet.
How you got?
What if him and what if the head coach and the OC, like that little meeting you're saying at the airport? What if these two dudes wind up in a knife fight? You know what I mean? What if they wind up beating the shit out of each other with luggage? I'm just being real. Like, what if they start fighting over luggage and it's a problem, and they get to Hallis Hall and it's like, fuck this guy, I fucking hate this guy.
Right. You put them together in a goddamn Uber pool and it don't turn out well.
And they beef and like they roll out the Uber fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but isn't part of being head coach saying, all right, now I get to have my own staff?
Yes, that's half
Isn't
the
that
job.
part of the purview is
It
like
is.
head coaches get to hire their offensive defensive coordinators and their subsequent staff, and trying to have the arranged marriage of, well, we really like this motherfucker right here as a offensive coordinator. Hey, the head coach, put him on the same flight. Go and get in the car together. Go and stop it. Get a little fast food or something on the way in. And hope that they hit it off. That's kind of like what we want to try and avoid, I thought, from the franchise, because that's what we've been doing, with Trace Armstrong. And then you see where that's gotten us. And so it's like, no, same agents, no history because of that, no history because of that. Hey, we want to trust you with our team to be the head coach. Therefore, we trust you to make those staff hiring decisions.
So if I thought Mike Vrabel was a really good head coach candidate, and I wanted to bring him into the building for the second interview. We already did the initial interview. I already had an initial interview with Pep Hamilton. And, and by the way, Mike Vrabel's, coordinator, I think his name is starting to emerge. I think his offensive coordinator is starting to leak out. And I think his last name is Rees. Let me look at the name here and make sure. But it's last Tommy Rees. Tommy Rees.
A quarterback from Notre Dame?
Yeah. He's a tight ends coach at Cleveland, I think. And so basically what they want to do, they want to pound you into submission. And that's the mindset that Mike Vrabel was going to bring to the table. That's not surprising to me. Tommy Rees is not surprising to me, but Tommy Rees is an up-and-coming
Rees.
coordinator. Rees. And so it just wouldn't surprise me if you interview certain guys at the right time and you want to bring guys in at the right time and you want them to run into each other. That's a real world to live in. Here's another thing, and this is
as just a real question before we get off of that. If you're a general manager and you want guy X as your head coach, but you have suggestions for offensive coordinator or coaching staff, are you gonna not hire head coach X if he doesn't want your guy and wants to stick to his own staff?
Nope. Because you're hiring the guy because you think he's got competence and bringing in his own right people. If you think he doesn't, here's the suggestions I have for you. I think it should work like that, not the other way around, in my opinion. But I've never had to do that. But I would think that every head coach is coming into a building knowing who he has in mind. In fact, he's had communications and commitments with every guy that he wants to hire.
Well, if you're going into an interview like this is like a VP class interview, which I've personally had. And in these situations, you need to come prepared with a list of that stuff. Like, what are you going to do? You can go to a job interview and, hi, how are you? Like, here's the stuff that I've done before. It's great. Like, what do you think? Cool. They kind of already know most of that, like where you've been and what you've done. So you need to come to the table with, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hire these guys. These will likely be my staff. There's a couple of openings here that, I'm sure you guys can help me with. Here's my plan for the Chicago Bears. And that's how you walk into an interview like this. So I'd like to hope that they're already leaning on the better part of a staff that they can trust, whoever the head coach winds up being. I hope he has a staff of coaches that, again, he deems trustworthy and has a good rapport with. Outside of that, not having a good rapport with these guys can come back to bite you in the butt, and I think we've seen that a couple of times here.
One little thing here I wanted to mention that I didn't mention it when we were talking about it. So what I've heard, I got to do all this checking around, but the Vrabel conversation went this way. It was like Vrabel took this job and he took this interview, which Petty came in here and said it lasted every bit of an hour, the initial interview, and that was it. But Mike Vrabel took the Jets head coaching interview first for a reason. And it supposedly triggered a cascading effect. in making sure that 2 jobs came open for him. These are reporters like what's his name? Albert Breer and Schefter are saying this stuff. That he took that interview with the Jets first to trigger a domino effect or a cascading effect in New England, making sure that Mayo got fired, number one, and in Vegas to make sure that Antonio Pierce got fired so that both of those opportunities would come open for him. Most people think that he's going to take the New England job, but there's a small crowd of people that believe that Tom Brady could lure him to Vegas. But those number one is he's set to take that Patriots job. But if Tom Brady lures him away from it, he's gonna have to do it in another kind of way.
Well, it's just the obvious way. It's the way that they got John Gruden there the last time, and as you pay him good money.
Yeah,
right. They paid Gruden $10 million to be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, and unfortunately, emails sent him packing. They're still paying John Gruden on his couch right now.
That ain't the perfect scenario, kids, I've never known one to be. Perfect scenario for him.
Yeah, like both of those jobs are wide open for him, and this is why I'm saying, like, there's been a lot of talk. People really love the idea of Vrabel. I'm completely indifferent because I just don't see it happening. I could smell the New England situation coming. Here it is. The Antonio Pierce situation was obvious and clear as day, but they kind of just waited it out a little bit longer than I thought they would have. And I was like, oh, I guess they're not firing Antonio Pierce. And then I jumped on Twitter. I was like, oh, must have missed that. You know what I mean? Like he gone. So it is what it is over there. Money talks, BS walks. I know he wants the patch job. That's the job that he goes without saying. But Tom Brady can definitely throw a couple of nickels at him, and that might be enough for him to go live in sunny California. Sunny Las Vegas. I don't care. It ain't freezing cold New England.
I tell you this, though. I could see how it works out. Right now, just a general poll of the fan base. Vrabel. How you say that, nigga?
One more time with feeling.
Him
okay.
and or Vrabel. There you go. BRL. Too many consonants in a row. That ain't right.
Just point at me. I'll say it for you.
Or Ben Johnson. And so Vrabel goes to the Patriots where he has a history. And then Tom Brady nerds out with quarterback and offensive football talk with Johnson and lures him to Vegas.
How?
What you mean how?
I mean they have a tight end. That's what I mean. There ain't nothing going on that side of the ball for Ben Johnson to go over there and be head coach. It's just like that's not where Ben Johnson's going to wind up. I'm just saying they don't have a quarterback.
Well, but I mean, if you look at the Brady influence and the do-re-mi that Vegas can offer, the first-time head coach, and it's like, well, you're paying my price, and we're going to build something from scratch. We're going to draft Shedeur Sanders or whoever the fuck in the draft and start, who do you want? It's like, okay. So now that could be something that interests him because of where they're picking. Other jobs that are available, the Jets, nobody wants to be coach of the Jets, right? That's not even a thing.
God, no.
The Saints, it's nice down there, but the humidity is just too fucking much. And it's food and
weather, bro. I'm moving to New Orleans tomorrow. I'll be out.
Lord. You
don't want to
I'm
move
in Canada. It's a different deal, bro. I just need some.
I give you one fucking season in that motherfucker. I guarantee you, run your ass.
Hey, your fat rolls will be sweating and
That's fine, bro. Give me some of that gumbo. Give me some gumbo.
But if you look at the job openings, the Bears has to be attractive, right? The team has talent on it. Caleb Williams looks like a good quarterback. So what would be the disadvantages? And I would say the dysfunction going on at Hallis Hall.
The obvious disadvantages, right?
Right. And it's like, well, there's a lot of drama going on up in that piece. And it's like, well, go to Jacksonville. See how you like that drama.
Oh, they royally screwed up, bro. They royally screwed up. They fired the coach, and kept Balky, and that's Trent Balky, and that's apparently a whole lot to do with why Ben Johnson really wanted that job. But until they got time to correct it now. If they get rid of Balky and let Ben Johnson bring the people that he wants to come into that situation, I think that's the situation that Ben Johnson wants. With Trevor, what's his name?
Sunshine.
Yeah, whatever his name, Trevor Lawrence, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
That's the job he wants, because you got to look at his history. He got his claim to fame by taking a veteran quarterback that's what Trevor Lawrence is now. He's a vet quarterback, and putting his system around him, and he has an eerily similar trait set that Jared Goff has. The only thing is he has an additive to it. This dude can run, and so I think he's the perfect situation for Ben Johnson. To be honest with you, if they can get Balky out of the way, if he can't get along with Balky, get his ass out of there and bring Ben Johnson into that.
Who's Trent Balky again?
GM down in Jackson.
He's their GM. Okay, so I'm not sure how much. I guess he's just as much of an issue as Ryan Poles may be here. The upsides for the Jaguars situation are multiple, right? So you just hit on the offensive side of things. Yeah, they have a quarterback, so do we. Yeah, they got some wide receivers, so do we. Cool. The other things is just flat out weather. Beautiful weather in Florida.
And then you got conversation. Can I say this? They've got a quarterback that's used to playing in the pro style. He can get under center and really get it done. Talking about
generational talent, right, and all that. Like I'm not going to take anything away. From
no taxes in Florida. Also, no taxes.
That's where I was going. Is the other piece? There ain't no taxes over there, so he gets to keep a bunch more of that money than he would here in Chicago in the cold, right? So there's it's a little bit more attractive. I'm just not sure. I need to. Maybe I should look up what's up with Trent Balky, to be frank with you. But it's really, to me, in this respect, it's a Trent Balky versus Ryan Poles situation ultimately for Ben Johnson. So we're gonna have to see. Well, but we just retained Ryan Poles, right? So this is what I'm saying. It's literally 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Both these guys apparently suck, and Ben's probably going to have a little bit of a problem with the fact that they were retained in both situations.
All I can tell you is shit's going on in the GM category. I'll just say that, and I'll finish that conversation by telling you something. What GM have you ever heard of in the season? Time for his, end of season review and tell the franchise as a GM what to look forward to. What we're going. There's several general managers that have run into hot water, but I'm going to tell you one of the few that really, really sticks out to me is the GM in Indianapolis. Man, dude called out sick on his. I'm talking about what's his name?
Balfour.
Ballard. Chris Ballard.
Chris Ballard. He called out sick, dude, and everybody's trying to pass that shit off as like, okay, he can. We'll give him a pass. He called out sick. He wasn't feeling good. But
what if he's really sick though? What might do that?
That's why I'm not trying to be over dramatic. I'm just
okay. All right.
I'm just putting it out there. What do y'all guys think about that?
I'm just saying sometimes people are sick.
If you're sick, you're sick. He could have, like a bacteria or virus, like, the COVID, the flu. He could have the shits because he had some bad Mexican or some, uncooked fish. We don't know what's wrong with that man. He could have a partner who's going through some like chemotherapy or something, and he had to take a personal sick day or something. I don't know. I can't judge nobody because people have lives too outside of the sport, outside of work.
Yeah, I won't hold that against Ballard. In my opinion, Ballard's been a pretty decent GM for them. Fixed them trenches, did that one thing we got done over here. He got a whole bunch of holes on his team too, but trenches look good.
If either one of you guys, you two trips, if you had to travel to the dark side and imagine what the hell might be going on, what would be your first thoughts?
Wait, define dark side.
I mean, I'm talking about why would a GM with a schedule? I got to give the end of season review. Every reporter in the state is bearing down on this building, and I called out sick. What could be the ulterior motive?
Or because he's hungover.
Like this.
Well, here's this. It's a question, so let me answer it.
Isn't that the dude?
That's the owner.
Yeah.
Oh, but birds of a feather, baby.
That's
What
the
do they
owner.
do? But birds of a feather, what do? They flock together.
Hey,
so the owner is down with a GM who likes to, turn them up.
That guy is 65 years old, just for the record. And I thought this was hilarious, man. And it really ain't funny, man, because I would love to hang out with Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay be living his best fucking life. You hear me? This motherfucker done been in jail. Over here on the right-hand side, that's his mug shot. That's it. He eats pills, and he's admitted that he's a long time struggle. He's had a long time struggle with drugs and substance abuse and all that kind of stuff. All this stuff is just pictures of. But man, I seen that guy. They got him. He's 65 years old, and they have to wheel him in and out of the stadium. And from A to B, they have to wheel him there. Jim Irsay is.
But you say, granted, he's on the vices and he's killing his body, but he got the money to be wheeled in and out of the team that he owns to watch them fools play. You know what I'm saying? He gets arrested. He got mug shot after mug shot after mug shot. He ain't doing no time. So he living his best life. You know what I'm saying? Man. It's just going to be a little shorter than normal.
He's already 65. You don't live it up good. You got Mad Bank, and he gets trashed and taken care of.
At 65, he should not look like this, bro. He should not.
Whoa. Like if I make it to 65 and I look like this and I have buckets of cash and somebody would put me in that bucket and wheel me to the next I feel pretty good.
So you're gonna go out early just so you have the time of your life.
Man, because if he invites you to a party, you go.
It's on. We go to the yacht. The yacht.
I'm like, Bella, where you gonna be at? You finna go to the marina? I'll be
there.
I'm
rolling with you, dog. You got room in the limo. Move your ass up.
Make sure somebody gets me a wheelbarrow too, and wheels me.
I'm gonna be honest. This is funny, but this is absolutely my motherfucking favorite GM in football. Hey, call me motherfucker. I'm your motherfucking Huckleberry. Dog.
He say, I kick it with you, my dog. I fucks with you.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm fucking with him. And but this guy is, I mean, it was kind of sad, but I know that this guy is living his life the way he wants to live his life. He says publicly, he struggled with addiction. And I think it's a crutch of his. But when you got that kind of money, you do it the way you want to do it. And how you go out, he might not live to be 70 years old, 80 years old. Hey. It might not be long. The way I seen him, last time I seen him, this is a good picture compared to what I seen him at last.
Hey, he living his best life because he.
You got him, bro. Hey, man, do what you got to do. Have fun. Enjoy. Life is short.
He gets to the pearly gates. It's like, why are you here so early? Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol.
That's it.
I mean, he's human and he's enjoying those earthly humanly delights to the fullest.
Hey,
Wilford says, give me his bankroll and a fistful of Viagra at that age.
Because he getting the top shelf. He ain't getting the Craigslist singles hook up. He getting top shelf.
That motherfucker so high, man. Look at his eyes. That's normally how Jim Irsay looks. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. That motherfucker living his best life. You understand me?
I mean, look at the club he's in. A very exclusive, 32 owner membership club. You got Jones down there in Dallas landing his helicopter on the practice field during practice. Move, motherfuckers! You see me trying to land.
That motherfucker
You know what I mean? You got owners out here doing this, that, and the other because they were, born into the Lucky Sperm Club. You got the Walmarts, you got the Hunts, you ketchup. Ketchup. They families all big off of ketchup. That's what they do. What do y'all sell? Ketchup. There you go. And then you got the McCaskies, George and his little flim flam. We don't want to offend anyone. But they're in a very small, exclusive club. The motherfucker with the bad hair out there in Vegas, look like he put a bowl on his head and got the Fu Manchu, little Asian boy cut, but he got all the hot honey. You know what I'm saying? Because they kick it. I mean, to be an owner of a franchise, kicking it.
You talking about Asian boy haircuts and shit?
But he's like, it is though. I don't know who his stylist is, but somebody needs to slap the shit out of that. You like even his family. Hey, daddy, how do I look? You look at your kid. How I look? You slap your kids, man. Hey, you look good, Daddy. You look good going out today. No,
holy
you don't.
Shit! Did that boy say that boy say Asian boy cuts?
Hey, man, it works though because that's the haircut.
Asian boy cut, when you put a bowl on your head and you just cut around the bowl, and then you take the bowl off, and what you got left is what he has left. Like the little Asians when they cut the hair, and then you get that shit going around. It's not cool, but guess what? He's a billionaire, so that's cool now.
Yeah, that's the only reason it works.
What if he likes feet, Trip?
Well, I'm sure he does. I mean, how could you not? I mean, come on. Let's talk seriously. Wow. Are they wrinkly on the bottom or are they smooth? Are the toes long and do they not touch? Or do they kind of curl over? Or are they smushed up? Or do they punch each other out? Or does a little pinky toe sit up on top?
The brother on the right here kind of looked like he could smell them feet from wherever the fuck he is.
And it's like, how do they smell when she get off work after a long day? Are they a little pungent? Are they a little sweet? And then when you rub your finger through between the toes and you get that schmutz out of there, that dead skin or that toe jam, give it a sniff. How does that smell? Are you healthy, baby? Are you healthy, baby? Let me smell that toe jam. Am I right, dude? Tell me I ain't lying, dude.
Dude still in here.
Never that.
Holy shit. Them motherfuckers look like hands, whole ass hands.
Well, that's when we'll see right there. That's when when you're in a certain position, and let's say you holding like the feet up like this, and then you can put your fingers in between them. And then like she clench her toes, and then you clench your hands. It's like y'all holding hands, but you holding hand foot.
The WNBA feet.
Yeah, that toe cheese. Yeah, but like those are long, so you can crack them. It's like crack. Oh yeah, then you rub them like crack. Yeah, and then they gap them like to the side, and then like they put like things and then with oil. Yeah, but yeah, so it's like if you like feet, ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't hate, appreciate those little yummies looking all delicious and shit.
Good Lord, if I seen some shit like that, I fucking run. I ain't lying, man. If I seen feet that long, their toes that long, I'd be like, holy fuck, what the fuck are you? A primate?
Well, it'll be an interesting experience. It's like, you got a little alien in you, but it's like, all right, you got to experience a little alien love. It worked for Captain Kirk. He fucked his way across the galaxy.
I would want to know about dexterity because them middle toes kind of look like they could maybe do one of these. You know what I mean? I'd have to find out.
Imagine getting a prostate exam with one of those.
Holy crap! Oh God!
Get you in just the right spot. They're like, oh damn, the doctor don't even get like that. And it's because of that one middle toe right there. That's like the ring finger, but it's like the ring toe. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
good.
Shit, those toes right there, you can put brass knuckles on there. She kicked the shit out of you.
I think we went a whole other direction here. Thanks for
Mm-hmm.
that.
You could get a foot job from that. You ain't lying, Mo. That's a whole. Them motherfuckers can rap one. I just say that they long enough to rap it. Just say
Mm-hmm.
that. Good
Okay.
Lord. Oh my God, that would fuck me up. I ain't gonna lie to you, that would fuck me up. I ain't never seen nothing like that.
Well, I mean, just pay attention sometimes during the summer festivals. You know, when you're outside at the beach or the park or the concerts, and the ladies got on the flip flops,
Oh,
and it's like you can see who took the time. You can see who took the time to go get the pedicure when they got the little French, petty and stuff. You got the little natural stuff. But then you got the ones nowadays that get those long ass spikes. Well, I don't know when they trim the nails and it comes to a point and it's like you look like talons or claws or some shit. I don't know what that's all about.
yeah, that motherfucker can climb a tree upside down with them goddamn feet, man. You can just grab branches and shit. You can do anything. Hang upside down, anything. You can fuck around with them.
Right. There's like, because something happened and you
Ideas
wrong.
now.
I'm
You're
agree
making it worse. You're fueling the fire here, Nomad. I'm just an innocent bystander watching the crossfire go. But
No, but like those the claws that like
It's
are in
shipwrecks,
style
right.
nowadays. It's like they mess around and cut an artery or something. That's not cool. That's what the assassins were in the ninja joints, like that. You got to read the translations for the closed captioning. But it's like they dress up as ladies of the evening or geishas, and they have like just they jewelry or they nails on, and then they get in after they get searched, and then it's like then they kill the dude because of their nails, or it's like the hairpin. They pull it down, and then and then go to sleep and forever. And then they just walk out, and it's like, thank you very much, sir. And then they just bounce, and it's like that's what they own nowadays. I don't like that.
is that like where Bugs Bunny got the idea from?
This shit.
Well, I think actually Bugs he predated a lot of shit, because I think Bugs was the first one that dressed in drag on TV.
He's definitely top 5.
Yeah. So he was breaking barriers for a long time. He went straight up lip to lip when he had on lipstick and makeup with Elmer Fudd, and Elmer thought he was getting a little something. It's like, oh, come holler at your boy, and that was Bugs messing with his mind and his emotions. That wasn't cool.
This is you a trip, man.
The worst part of all this is that you know what? I'm not even going to go down this road. This is a whole other road, a whole other can of worms. Hey, Trips, what kind of reefer you got right now so I can steer clear? Crimson, well done, well played, Crimson.
Them things, hey, Trish, look at them things close, man. Them things look like they got 3 joints in them. Like literally,
that's like
joints.
crack.
God,
Crack. Crack them all. Just like you crack your knuckles. Those are knuckles. They just your bottom knuckles.
The motherfucker the shits look dead. Like motherfucker might be a cadaver, but god damn.
Well,
Look at that baby toe. Look at the baby toe, bro.
Yeah, that is a big long ass pinky toe. That pinky toe look like somebody's thumb.
God damn.
Oh yeah, but Crimson, it's like, come on, stick with the sativas. Indicas put you to sleep. You don't want to just like take something that just puts you to sleep. You want to enjoy the effects. You want to feel the effects of the high. Feel the effects of the high. Big up Cypress Hill. And so you go with your sativas, and you want to look for your nice, THC levels. If you're a vet, you want to get up, pushing 30% range. If you're not so much, you want to stick down in your teens. But then it keeps you awake, it keeps you creative, it keeps you in the moment. As opposed, if you want to be a couch potato, then you move into your indicas. And like if you have insomnia, or if you have a physical thing where you can't eat right, or digestive things, or like Crohn's disease or some shit like that, then that's more your flavor if you want to go a natural, holistic healthy remedy sort of way to cool your mind, your body, and your soul.
Hey, Trips, what now? Scrolls did say something that made me think, because one time I did watch a WNBA game. I think it was like a NBA on NBC, WNBA on NBC, and they were showing the players coming into the arena. You know how they do the outfit. Lisa Leslie was coming in with some goddamn heels on, and them goddamn toes came out. Long as they're like kind of like this, but not like this. But they was long. I was just like,
what was Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo, when he was dating the large woman, and I was like, oh, that's a big bitch. And I was looking around because you could never see her on the screen because she was so big. And then he gave her a foot massage, and it was like she had to wear at least a size like 17, 18. And he was getting all up in there with oil, and it's like, yeah, that's not enough oil. But now, if you want to talk WNBA, like the look, I'll admit it to you because there's only no maniacs here watching, right? Y'all ain't telling nobody, and it's only us that's gonna see it. But I feel kind of dirty looking at this at women that's young, but they legal. You may be young, but you're ready. Ready to learn. But Angel Reese, she got some cute little yummies.
Angel,
you talking about the girl feet?
Yeah.
Angel,
That's what we're talking about.
Talking about with Chicago?
Yeah, with the Chicago Thigh, the basketball girl that came from, was it LSU? She got like a podcast.
Start of this conversation says
I don't know what I done started here.
Yeah, you caused a whole lot of
but the WNBA, and it's like, oh, look at those little tags. And so those are nice. Now some of those like that girl from Brazil, oh, she got some big rough ones, kind of gnarled and knuckled up and shit. That's like she been wearing gym shoes her whole life that was like 2 sizes too small, but she had to make do because she was poor.
That shit's knuckled up, huh?
Yeah. It's nothing like these because these are just long and straight and skinny.
Yeah. Let me get this off.
Man, them feet, you must have blown this shit up because like that middle toe, like the size of my real middle finger. That's just the craziest shit I ever. And them thumbs though, like my thumbs ain't even that big. That's crazy. That's like fully prehensile toes, man. She could throw a football with that shit.
I'm telling you, that's some primate shit, man. That's like primate.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. She fucking, I don't know, do the pommel horse, swing on the ropes and shit. Hey, man.
Girl said Angel Reese is nice, but she got some Kevin Durant feet. Kevin Durant got some long, like goddamn kangaroo ass feet or something. I don't know what the fuck.
Well, ain't he like 7'4"? I mean, what you expect?
That motherfucker got long kangaroo. Like, have you ever seen a kangaroo bop?
His name was Wimbiana.
So what now?
Wimbiana.
You know the kangaroo's name?
Yeah, you see that? His name.
Just time out for a second. This is a really good conversation, by the way. How the fuck you know the name, a kangaroo's name for real?
No, Wimby plays for the.
You're talking Wembanyama, the basketball player. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. I thought you were saying you knew
big ass kangaroo feet.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Because they were showing him do some kind of exercise where he was stretching, and he didn't have any shoes on, and his feet was like, look at those damn paddles. What the hell's going on over there?
All right. So we've progressed into men's feet. We've gone.
Well, I'm just saying that they're as long as hell because he's. I mean, when you got like a freakishly long ass body like that, you're going to have some freakishly long ass body parts. And it's like you look at them because, like you look at freaks in the carnival. It's like, oh, look at you freak. That's kind of the way I look at them with pity.
So sort of like, yeah, I'm good.
Man, look at them big nose motherfuckers with smelling shit. Look at them motherfuckers over there in the
I'm not sure what you got in the upper corner though. That's not a person. That's not a person. I don't know what the fuck that is. This dude in the upper right.
Well, sometimes you know the discerning look is
But look at his eyes, though. He's just evil,
hey,
man.
he's got a face only a mother could love.
His eyes are
Black
like
soulless eyes.
I don't know. I'm worried about him. He's worrisome for me.
But now those are nice nails on those.
Oh God, boy, you something wrong with you, man.
Because sometimes the nails like curve over like the front of the toe, or it's like they like just a sliver of a nail, or just like a little boop of a nail that's kind of recessed up in there. These nails, are flat, lay down over the top. And if you ever notice, look at someone's thumbs and then look at their toes, and they're like identical.
Bang, 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 bang.
Look at the thumbs.
That might be somewhat true. I think
the thumb is identical to the big toe as far as the distance of the nail bed, width and length. Because some nail beds are long and skinny on the thumb, and they're identical on the toe. Some nail beds are very flat and wide and oval, and they're the same on the toe. So, as we were born and we came from that little egg, as we all came apart. That's why your left and your right hand are identical. It's the same with your hands and your feet. So whoever has got these long ass toes got some long ass fingers.
It's like so this shit should be like web feet. Like you should have some connection between all of them. It's like some kind of
if them shits was webbed, bro.
Okay,
you fly through the water.
Okay, now you're talking Michael Phelps.
Yeah, fuck Michael Phelps. Forget about Michael Phelps. This motherfucker right here. Like you're going at like 80 miles per hour and underwater. Easy.
Well, if you look at all those swimming chicks, like during the Olympics, they all got like little paddle boards for feet. That's why they get that extra kick. They got some boats going on down there. They not shopping in the petite section.
Holy crap.
Now, speaking of shopping in the petite section, I don't know if she's going to be here next year. It might be a one and done. But Simone Biles, our little Olympic champion that be on the side, she got cute little toes too. Little yummies. I see them.
I never looked at her toes.
But check them out.
No, the rest of her is awesome. I'm good with the rest of her. I don't like the toes. I'm sure they're great. But
you ever zoomed in close on a girl's feet and seen them toe knuckle hairs and shit?
Yes,
that's a lot of the Indian culture. India, India over there, they got a lot of hairy toe knuckles. I don't know what that is.
You know what? So I'm from Jamaica. The first time I ever seen that was on my cousin, but we definitely have some Indian blood. So maybe you're right, bro. So there's that. Shout out to you, cuz. I was gonna drop your name. I'm not gonna drop your name.
Let me get this ugly ass shit off the goddamn screen.
Wait, so you said your cousin said that they have hairy feet too?
I'm saying that one of my cousins definitely has hairy feet. She knows who she is. I ain't even gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it because she'll come back and I'm sure
she got afro toes.
Yeah, the little afro on there. I remember I was a kid and I was like, what's going on with that? Like, I'm like, you got the Jackson 5 on there. You got the Jackson 5 in your shoes.
Ass, dude.
Oh shit!
Say her name. I dare you say her name.
No chance. I already put her on blast. I didn't put her name out. She got kids.
Keep going.
Well, it's like everybody in the family already know. Well, who's a cousin? Who got the hairiest feet in the family? Jeray. And it's like, damn it.
I dare you.
Do you know who she is? Because I asked her, and like she's probably somewhere playing Michael Jackson right now.
I dare you to do it, kid. I dare you.
No chance. If it was just a girl that I was with, it was like an ex-girlfriend. Oh, I'd put her on blast. But you know what I mean? my cousin, we got. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to go to family dinner and shit at some point.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
dog, that is awful.
That is hairy ass feet. Hairy ass knuckles.
I'm just saying.
Sorry,
like
man.
Hairy toe knuckles with the French tips and toe rings. Oh, I like me some French tips. Those are cute.
Wow.
That's where it's natural. We got the little white, looks like like what do you call it? Liquid paper. Like they done been scratching liquid paper just under the tips. Yeah.
I prefer a girl just to be normal, clip your nails and make sure make sure you got your shit right. That's it. If you're gonna be wearing sandals and flip flops, just make sure they don't look like them motherfuckers been through a goddamn blender. That's all I care about.
Well, I mean, so you got to make sure that the heel, there's no crust, no
all that.
Yeah, it's a nice smooth heel. And it's like, like an arch. Are you a flat foot kind of guy on like a pronated, or you like that deep arch?
Nah.
See,
Do you like wrinkles on that arch, or do you like a smooth arch?
I ain't never see you all. I don't even know how to answer this shit because it don't like I don't like toes is just toes to me, man. You know what I mean? Just like
no, but we weren't talking about the toes. We was talking about the heel.
Like the heel.
The back of the foot, the heel.
You kissing that part too?
Yes. Wait, we ain't even talking about it. We just talking about how it presents. We haven't gotten down that road yet. Come on, pump your brakes now, baby. We're just talking about how it presents itself. Like, is it calloused? Does it look like she's been walking on stones with no roughness? Or is it nice and smooth? You know what I mean? And like now we moved up to the arch and like the actual arch.
Oh golly.
I just
never knew, Church. I never knew that people like there's been girls I've been with where I kiss her around the ankles, when shit goes on, and I got the legs over my shoulders. But I know she been walking some goddamn where. I ain't trying to taste that shit. I just know that.
Well, sometimes those that pay special attention and detail pumice stone all those calluses off, so they're always smooth no matter the situation. And then there's like, once you get past there, the wrinkles, very wrinkly. It's like how do you like your peanut butter? Extra chunky or no chunky, just smooth? Because the bottom of the feet can be very smooth, but they can be very wrinkly. They each have their own attractions and such. We won't go into that right now. That's more advanced class, and that's definitely behind the paywall. But and then you move up to the base of the foot there, and then you rub. It's like, yeah, it's just so adorable. So many elements to bring it all together for one part of the body.
I just know this motherfucker right here on the screen look like all thumbs.
Well, yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
Good
I
God.
mean, because I believe like those toes like could tie knots.
Look at Scrolls nasty ass. He said, "I know the perfect Twitter page for Trey."
Wait, why would he know
already? If you've paid attention to the chat, the chat's hilarious. So first off, Leroy Green. I don't know if these are I don't know if these are like positive references or negative. I'm not sure. Leroy Green says, "Trip remind me of Quentin Tarantino." I'm not sure why that is. He also said he reminded you of Rex Ryan, and who's the other person? Who's the third one? Tony Atlas. I'm not sure what the reference is here. I don't know, but like I'm sure it's foot related in all case scenarios. So there's that. The Scrolls is killing it. Larry Bird. Killing it, yo. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Scrolls like all bills getting paid. Scrolls is right there with you, Trip. He's right there with you.
Well, that's the thing, though. Everybody has their own flavor. It's just like Master Robin. It's like some people are ass men, some people are leg men, some people are lip men or women. Whatever body part you like on the opposite sex.
Scroll, I'm gonna beat your ass, dude. Stop it, man. You got me sweating.
I like the part that starts with a V and ends with an I. That's kind of where I'm at. You know what I mean? That works.
Well, but that's so limiting. I mean, there's so much more beyond and around to enjoy and explore.
I kind of need
pleasure and feel.
I need some shut the fuck up and that other thing. That's kind of what I'm in this crap, man.
Well, but just to feel the energy that you can control, like through a body of your partner, I'll just go generic partner, by moving it up and down their body and around. But you got to be in touch with them on a level beyond, deeper than just the caveman. Skeet. Nah, it's not about the destination. Make it about the journey. You know what I mean? You want to get there eventually, but on the way, you want to see all the sights you can. And enjoy all the
man. I'm trying to be out. I'm trying to do people to see you know. So
hit the subscribe, everybody. If you have not so far, please.
I gotta take you to the manicurist. You get your feet did, and pedicure, whatever. You get your feet did. I don't care.
You got everything. You got everything you wanted to see when you came here, man. You got
and probably a couple of things you had no interest in at all. But hey, here we are.
But next time you out someplace and you see a lady with some open-toe shoes, you don't look at those toes and be like, "Oh, those are cute," or not. But you will look.
No, I won't. No, that's not that.
Oh yeah, you will.
No.
Trip finna turn me into a motherfucker that be at Walmart just looking and shit just for no goddamn reason.
Get the Walmart stocking women's feet.
No,
oh God, this whole episode's gone sideways.
I'm gonna always be ultra vigilant about goddamn feet from now on. Fucking around.
I mean, shit. I was going through the scanner at the TSA at the airport. You know how they make you take off your shoes? And I looked over and I said, "Oh, look at those little things over there," and then went on about my business. It's just something that you notice. It's not something that you gotta look for.
Couple of picks, snap.
I'm like Scrolls. I'm gonna be just like this. I'm just like that. Next time I just notice somebody.
I was thinking, Trip, that's exactly what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. It's not like I'll be looking for feet, but like feet will appear, and I'm
like goddamn Trip. He'll be thinking something.
Just probably like these feet.
And the ones that you see wearing toe rings, yeah, they looking for me. So you refer them over. Tell them to holla.
I think I got a whole new business for you, bro. I think I got a whole new operation for you. And I think I'm just saying, man, golly. I do notice feet. I'm just like any other human. And I'm one of them people that's, you know, when I'm with somebody, I would prefer that her feet don't look like they just, you know, you just came out of a badminton contest and they was using your feet.
You're right. It's Virginia. Don't put it on the screen. I ain't put it on the screen anyways.
Well, but you see, once you get to her age, you know that the veins are very blue and very pronounced. Usually, they're kind of wrinkled up, and you know you can see the age on those, and usually those toes kind of curl up a little bit. You know what I mean? Once you get to that age. Now, it's not that I've ever volunteered at a senior's home or the place to be helpful, and just pay attention to what's going on down there with the old people feet. I've never done that. But that's just something that I heard about.
You volunteered at the old age.
Apparently, people in Cali must have superior feet. He said, Scroll said, them feet down there pressure.
Yeah, bro, they're all sweaty ass feet up there. It's hot as all sin.
Yeah, and plus they're out a lot more because if you look at the climates where it's warm and you wear a lot of flip flops or slides or Birkenstocks, they get a little more road wear on them, a little more damage, as opposed to like a northern climate where it's more frigid, and so they wrap them up in socks or shoes or moccasins. And so they keep them soft and moisturized. But then they get a little more sweaty and they get a little more toe cheese.
Oh crap! It's like what? Like you'll get out on a girl's feet after she just got through hooping.
Well, I mean that depends on your flavor. I mean you got to change it up sometimes. It's like after you finish working out, your girl ever say, "No, don't take a shower yet," and it ravishes you.
Holy crap. All right.
Or is it like every time it's like, no, you get your ass in the shower and I'll wait till you get out kind of thing. But then I'll meet you in the middle. I'll get in the shower with you. All right, boo-boo.
Fart Man got you out there. He said Triple R looks like the type of guy that like tranny feet. Yeah.
Oh, come on now. Why I got to like tranny feet? Why I got to be like that, Fart Man? You know, why you got to stink up the joint?
Trannies got feet too. They got two of them.
Right, you know, but it's like it's not that kind of party. I like the more natural feet because you know what tranny feet look like? Tranny feet look like you trying to slide a dude size 13 and a female size 7.
The real answer is tranny feet look like your feet. Is really the answer.
Pretty much.
That's what they look like. No, it might be prettier than yours. I'll give them that too.
See, like Squirrels is saying, women in Cali take care of their feet because they're always out. Because they know people looking, people observing. It's like, do you brush your teeth? Yes.
Like
do you clean the nails on your hands? Yes. Well, then you take care of your toes too.
It's like hot. Like you go down to Florida, man. Nobody wear like regular shoes and shit.
Well,
like,
no. That's like, humidity.
Oh no, don't nobody wear regular shoes. They just flip flops, sandals, or nothing.
Even that's a different kind of funk, though. That's a different kind of funk. Because you know, like low tide, you've been by the ocean or a lake, and the tide goes out, and it's like, why does it smell like dead fish? It's like, well, because the water's all back, and you smell all the dead fish, as opposed to the water comes all in, and you just smell water.
Well, as long as it's just your feet that smell like dead fish, it could be something else completely.
Yeah, but if it smells like dead fish, don't eat it.
That's what I'm trying to say.
All I know is if she got on sandals, flip flops, all I can tell you is whatever she got on, that's probably what her feet taste or smell like. Whatever them sandals are, or flip flops.
Well, no, you got to verify because you can get it twisted. They can look like looking proper, and then you do the little smell check, and it's like, oh Lord, I gotta go.
You going around smelling broad's feet?
Well, no, I'm not talking about her feet. I'm talking about the begin with V ends with I.
Holy crap! We're gonna say this one for another show. How about this?
That was well played. Nicely played.
Let's get some pleasantries before we get ready to get out of here.
Guard your feet, y'all. Like, start right there. Shout outs to all y'all, man. Thanks for supporting the network. We're gonna start it off clearly with the homie Mitch. Mitch blew it up with $220 worth of super chat today. Mad love to you. Thanks for supporting the network. We couldn't do it without homies like you or the rest of the homies that's out there. We're getting we're getting bigger here. We need a little bit more. We always do. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you very much to the Nomad Network. We will have shite like this every week for you. Giving love to those who love us. Our guy there, Mo Fugra's out there, Super Nomaniac Mo. What it do? Shout out to the Superflex winner, I guess.
Hey, Kedz,
Jim Hunter, damn it, Jim. Say what?
Mind if I interrupt you real quick? Because I don't know if we got a chance to do this. I know me and you did, but I don't know if Trips got a chance to give a guy a shout out. Jalen Johnson on the only Pro Bowler we got, man. Jalen Johnson, 2-time Pro Bowler.
Right. I give him his love. I give him his props. He's a good lockdown defender. You know, even though he can be a bit of a prima donna, and you know, if there's a stick to be made in the hole, you know, on 4th and 1, he ain't sticking his nose in there. But he's good at what he does. So, go ahead. Look at me, with your little stupid ass car and walking in all oiled up like you just came from a Diddy party. But whatever, he's cool. Because me and Jalen had beef going back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
But he's still here. So I still support him. But I got my good eye on him.
Okay. Oh wow. No.
All right.
Anything
worried about Jalen before I pull it down?
I like the matching hat and the coat though.
Chinchilla. He went Frank Lucas on their ass, man.
That's that chinchilla. I like that.
It's tight. Peter ain't like Kedz said. Peter ain't gonna like that shit. But he's gonna get a water balloon full of red paint.
Mm-hmm. But I bet you he practices good foot care. So there's also that. Yeah, man. You just transition.
Well, I mean, if you look at he definitely has a type that goes to a salon.
You got millions of dollars, you might.
Right. You know what I'm saying? He's putting his feet up in the stirrups. Or not like that.
Okay.
But I'm talking about in the whirlpool with the nice little Asian ladies. Hey y'all, that's hi y'all.
Oh no. All right, kids. Go and take over now.
You brought it back, bro. It's Crimson. Shout out to you. Definitely big love to the Scrolls for keeping us laughing here, man. Crazy comments in the chat. Shout outs to Leroy Green, Mo Fugra, my guy, the Fart Man, Mad Jokes. Ray Donovan came through just to give a big thumbs up for all the feet out there, I think. Who else we got? Man, King Booker.
What kind of page you got, Ray Donovan?
I don't know.
Y'all talking about me for talking about crazy stuff, and there's people in the chat talking about, well, you should look at my page. I'm all about that shit.
Yeah, you never know, man. Be careful. Victor Dragon, you never know what's on that page for real, bro. Anyhow, Victor Dragon's out there. Shout outs to Vic. The Minister Charles Johnson, you got to get at me, man. You get at me on Twitter or email, or maybe you did and I missed it and I'm a douche. Tell me if I'm a douche later on. T3P Podcast is out there. Shout outs to you, dog. Mad respect, mad love. Curtis Searle, almost butchered it. Shout outs to you, Curtis. Cooper Howard was with us. Who am I missing here? I just saw somebody else and I skipped over. Anyways, Cooper Howard, Cliff Victoria out there cooking it up as usual. Ant Mass, always got my back, Ant Mass. Mad love to you, my dude. Shout outs to Mr. Mayhem. Who else we got? Hair Bear, man. Always good to have you, brother. Hair Bear is one of the OGs with us, man. Gotta give mad love to Hair Bear. Good to have you. Always good to have you. Rocking in the chat there, bro. I already did Ant Mass. There's so many more. Oh, Jay Sanders was with us for a little bit today.
Hey, shout out Southern Cal for a second, kids, because that is serious business out there. Southern Cal.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's on fire.
It's on fire. Oh man.
Yeah, it's normally the wet season now, and they have like high winds off the mountains, but it's been so dry and hot, so everything's very flammable, and there are like 3 different fires raging across different neighborhoods of the greater Los Angeles area.
Oh man.
But
in the
these
Palisades, last time I looked, Trips, is it further than that?
I don't know the actual geography of the layout of LA, so I don't know where the fuck things are. I just know that it's the metro area. I think it's like north or northwest of like downtown LA or northeast of downtown LA, if we're using that as a reference.
You know, shout outs to the folks and the families out in Southern California for all of that. It's always weird to me, man. I say it's weird, but in that location, it makes a little bit more sense with the general dryness. We had the same thing here in Ontario, Canada last winter. It was like same time of year, smoke all over the place. It was crazy. But this is not a dry area at all. This is super wet, super lush area, and under normal pretenses, we just don't ever have like forest fires here. BC, the other side of the country, near California, dry fires. It was in Ontario last time around. It was just completely out of the woodwork. So, kind of know what y'all are going through. Ain't fun. Bless up to all you guys, and deal with that smoke inhalation. It's not cool, man. It sucks. I think actually you guys probably got a little bit of that from coming from Ontario last year.
Yeah,
well, the thing with the fire is because of where it is, the fallout from the smoke.
Yeah,
you get everything burning up in the fire's path. So asbestos or anything toxic or whatever is all up in the air.
Bruh, that ain't even fun.
It's crazy, but yeah, man, I'm gonna shout out Southern Cal in specifics, man. Just anybody in that general locale, man. It's getting rough out there.
Yeah, stay safe there, Scrolls. Shout outs to MC Fact or McFact. take it for what it's worth. No love to Don Burr as per normal. That's just how we do. Although he was all over the chat today, keeping things moving, bigging up his guy, Ben Johnson. I'm not sure whether he wants Ben Johnson to go or stay. Same thing with Aaron Glenn, but we'll see if we get either one. I have a strange feeling this team will mess that up. Shout outs to Chris Foster for what it's worth. Terrence Williams was the guy who was rolling with you, Trip. I think he's in the feed as well. I'm just playing Terrence. Big.
Well, there seems to be a lot of that going on.
No, there isn't.
People are like, well, blah blah blah.
Just the Scrolls, man. The Scrolls is in California, and he sees feed all the time, so I can't blame Scrolls on that one. I don't know what to tell you, but hey, to each his own. I ain't mad at you. B minor, shout out to you.
He's out down there in Florida. They out all the time.
Bears Yards out here. Who's in Florida?
Mo Fugler.
Oh, Mo Fugler. Yeah. So he's gonna see all that too. You know what? You're right. Mo Fugler wasn't so off on the feeds, but yeah, you're gonna see feeds all the time in Florida. On the beach. OQC boy, shout out to you, man. Thanks for coming through. Who else am I missing out there?
Hopefully your feet ain't stinking.
Who's my feet? They probably are.
Anybody that
more reason for me not to give any kind of mine to feet.
I'm talking about everybody listening and watching. Hopefully your feet ain't stinking.
Yeah, you don't.
Mm-hmm. But now some of the most slept on are the not sandals, but like the open-toed shoes or the little peekaboo shoes that the secretaries or lawyers or professional ladies wear. And they got the professional petty going on, and you can just see a little peekaboo with a little yummies in there, all nicely painted. And it's like, looking all soft and supple.
And you see you walking around with your phone like a super spy out there, man, just snapping pics. Shout outs to 10 Bears. Good to have you with us. AC Adam, Paul Rodriguez, Double M. Shout out to you again. Another shout out to my guy, Jim Hunter, who is Team Impeccable. I couldn't figure out who it was. I should have known it was Jim. Shout outs to you, brother. Smitty Q was with us for a little bit today. Black Rain, Black Diamond. Who else was out? Oh, Go Blue. Oh, man. 45 years I've been a Bears fan. Okay, I was a little worried with a name like Go Blue. You're a fan of something else. But shout outs to you as well. Shout outs to Relentless Mikey. Getting it done in the chat today. Really making his impression felt. Crooked Commish was with us for a little bit. And Marco King. And I think that pretty much rounds out the love that we're giving to those who give us love. But I will just double back to the very, very bottom of all this to make sure that I didn't forget nobody. Nah, we good.
Hey, Ray Donovan, what's your page there, homie? Share. You know what I'm saying? Also gotta give a big up to all the Nomadiacs. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for listening to our thoughts and reasonings behind on this team.
Yeah, I need to get a disclaimer. Oh, okay, for the team. Sorry, I thought we were going back to the other stuff. Continue.
So I should have Payless endorsement. Hang out. It's like, well, back in the day when they had the shoe salesman, and then he sat on the little device that had the little ramp shit going off the end of it that you put your foot up on, and it had the measuring thing. And it's like sometimes the ladies would come in and they didn't have on any undergarment on their toes, like hosiery or socks. So you would have to give them like those temporary pantyhose things to put on so they can try on the new shoes. But I used to do security at that little stand, and it's like I had to inspect. So it's like, it's kind of like Payless, but different. But big up to all of the people that hung out with us and came to talk Bears. And check out my page, channel, website, social media is all under Sports Chicago Style. We try and come from a somewhat holistic point of view with life, from exercise to sports talk to recipe videos with our team. You got coach tripping, you got chef trips, you got Trip, and they, be doing their thing. So sports Chicago style. Check us out.
Maybe I'm wrong. There are a whole bunch of MFs out there like defeat. So I don't know. I guess I've been doing it wrong.
Well, there's plenty of
ways to do it.
My favorite episode of King of the Hill was when Peggy Hill started taking pictures with food and her feet. She would squish up bananas like between her long toes. They weren't as long as like those previously, but they were beefy. And she would smush up like potatoes and stuff. That was a cool episode. Other than Bobby Hill talking about, no, that's not your purse, that's my purse. And then my favorite episode of I Love Lucy was when Lucy and Ethel was stomping grapes, and they had all the berries.
That's a good episode of I Love Lucy, actually.
Yeah, when they had all the berries and stuff all between their toes and stuff.
It's a good episode. They straight up got into like a fight, them two. It was like a thing.
All the wine and stuff all over them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I
just think Al Bundy would have been a much happier human being if like feet was like a good thing. He doesn't seem like a happy guy.
Who?
Al Bundy. He's a shoe salesman from Chicago.
Well, Al Bundy, he wasn't into feet, and he really didn't like selling shoes. But he was married to a blood-sucking wench, and he had, bills to pay, suburban house note, so he had to sell shoes for a living, because he was a high school superstar. He got 3 touchdowns in one game.
Six poke high.
Hey, Trip, that girl at the bottom, man, somebody doing something to her feet or what? On this picture. Somebody doing something to her feet back there. That's why she acting like that.
Well, sometimes, it's like it's Cheese Whiz, it's whipped cream, it's chocolate sauce. It could be mashed potatoes. You know what I'm saying? Mashed potatoes, whatever. But, whatever, you get that tongue going up in between there and down there and around, and then you give it a little suckle, like, and then they get a little nibble up on the edge, and then it's like, then you go down to each one, like this little piggy stayed at home, we all the way down, and then you around the side, and then you pull it up, and then you rub it on your face.
The bottom because me, man, if a woman had like, if I walked into the bedroom, we'll just say it's my wife, right, and she'd sprayed whipped cream on her foot, she's just gonna have to figure another way to get the whipped cream off her foot at the end of the situation. I'm just
like, I'd be like, you on your own.
I'm in there doing my thing, but like you're gonna have to wipe up that mess when we finish.
Get that shit up.
It's like, what you want me to do with that? Nah.
No.
And like Scrolls saying, his wife is Black Apino. She's 5'2" with perfect feet. And have it no other way.
No other way.
You know what I mean? So, it's a community out there. It's not like I'm the only one or I'm the guru. I could be part of a guru or a god, if you will.
Y'all got a whole ass planet going on somewhere. Something. I'm like, golly. All right, let me say this, man. Let me get this off the screen right quick. Make sure y'all holler at Trips over there at Sports Chicago Style. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have more feet commentary going on for you. If you want to hear all that kind of stuff, go over there and holler at him on Sports Chicago Style on YouTube and wherever else Trips is available. I'm pretty sure he's available on X. I know that for a fact, but he's got also, I think you got Patreon, right? You got Patreon. And you got
Patreon, Kofi, KOFI, Kofi. So both of those, if you want to support that way, much appreciated.
Hey, Donovan.
Oh, whatever you do, just don't put your busted up ass feet on goddamn YouTube, bro. Don't do it.
Well, no, that's more of an OnlyFans kind of thing.
You got to keep that on the low. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do
because people they because I was talking about how Peggy Hill was doing like bananas, and Lucy did the berries or the grapes or whatever. People make they living. A lot of ladies make they living selling those kind of pictures and videos. So let's say you want a little vanilla pudding, smushed up between the toes.
Hey,
For a certain fee, they'll go out and get that vanilla pudding and smush it up between their toes and give you the video, and everybody's happy. So there's a huge industry.
Hey, it probably is. Give Mo your X handle so he can get with you on X.
Sports Chicago style.
That's it. Find the guy and be careful what you're sending him in the DMs now. All you foot freaks. You freaky bastards.
Hey, you and Scrolls in that shit together, man. Y'all doing that.
Hey, Ray Donovan's about it too, man. You ain't paying attention to these chats. I was trying to save y'all from outing yourself. You bunch of freaky sons of bitches. Freaky deaky.
Well, I thought you knew.
I know one thing.
I knew, but I mean now I know for sure.
I know this. We got to get up out of here, and we're gonna save some conversation for later on. And that's what you get over here on some extra sauce, and that's why we enjoy doing it. We had to get to the Bears content, and that's all. Really, to be honest with you, I wish we didn't have to do some Bears content on here so we can get to some of the crazy ass shit that people want to talk about and just get to that. But right now,
have you ever noticed how feet work?
How do they work?
I mean, next time you look at your girl or your wife, when she or they take a step, does the big toe go up and the other, four toes kind of push down to the ground? Does the big toe push down to the ground? The other toes kind of go up? Does she kind of make a suction cup with all the toes on the ground? Do all the toes go up and fan out like they're gripping? Just take a look and see how they do it, because they do it every step.
Man,
it doesn't change.
You're going to have me looking at my girl feet all weird. She just got through walking around the old folks' home, taking care of old people, and I don't need to be looking at her goddamn feet. I know that. And she just been walking around all day.
Look what you did, Triple R. You just made him all freaky deaky too. It's like a curse or some kind of transferable curse. I don't know what you call that. I got no words for this.
You've been infected.
Huh?
You've been infected.
He's been infected. He's like zombie apocalypse.
Scrolls is already there. He said black nail polish only.
You didn't need to say nothing to Scrolls. Scrolls lives in Cali. He's been about the feet. Is what he's been trying to tell you. He's been about feet. He's in. He's in. He's in. I guarantee you his wife is walking around barefoot right this minute. Guarantee you. I'm just saying.
Hey, man. You know what? I'll say this, man. Last thing I'll say before we get out of here about that is, all I care about is when you put them sandals and slides on or flip-flops, whatever the hell you're going to wear, just make sure them things look like they're supposed to look. If not, don't put on the motherfuckers. Put on some socks and shoes. God damn it. If your shit ain't right, don't bring your ass out in them shits. Period. That's all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? All this other bullshit, I don't care nothing about it.
Mm-hmm. And it's not all about maintenance. Because like we saw an example of like those very long and straight, slender phalanges. There's also those short, gnarled up, all curved to the side, squeezing each other out phalanges. That's got like the hammer time, big time. So it's like the toenails and nails could be nice, but the actual toes themselves, they could be hurting for certain. So be careful. Be careful.
All I know is Trips brought the foot conversation to a whole different level. I don't want shit to do with it. I'm telling you straight up, that's crazy.
Wear shoes, y'all. Wear shoes.
But here's the close, man, because we got to get up out of here. My girlfriend's in the other room. She just got off working 8 hours on her feet. Probably got some sweaty ass socks. Hopefully she changed them motherfuckers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Don't miss the opportunity. Every day when she gets home, should be the opportunity to be like, lay your
I've
ass
never
down, turn the TV on, and let me rub these things for 15, 20, 30 minutes.
I send them socks to you, man, sweaty and all, man. Let you chew on the tips.
Oh Lord, don't you tease me like that.
But here we go, man. And this is a special shout out to all the people in Southern Cal going through, there's a wildfire going on out there. I don't know how controlled it is or contained it is at this point. I'll be fair with you guys. I haven't been since yesterday. I haven't seen the latest news. Or earlier today, I think it was in the Palisades. I think the last time it was when I checked on it. But man, peace and love to everybody out there and everybody that might be suffering from that. As I'm sure a whole bunch of people that don't have insurance coverage and their life just went up in flames, literally. I mean, their life just went up in flames and everything that they own and everything that they hold dear. And I think that gets lost in a whole lot of these kinds of situations because you can lose a home, you can lose a vehicle, you can lose all kinds of things, but some of the keepsakes and things like that, man, you can't replace that stuff. You know what I mean? People give you stuff over the years. You got heirlooms and different things like that. You can't get everything when you got to run out of a house and take everything that's worth something to you. So I give a special shout out to people in Southern California and whatever they're going through out there. Hopefully it won't last much longer and they get control of it and we're in a different place, man. And
there was not a highlight, but a video of one of the victims. His whole house burnt down, everything in it. Only thing they got out was his cat. And he was happy to have his kitty. And his kitty was happy to be about the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. You talking about, pets, all that kind of stuff. People got, farm animals and all kinds of stuff, man. I can imagine losing my cat like that, man. I'm knocking on wood right now. That would just crush me. You know what I mean? So I know how pets are to people. And so hopefully people were able to get out of there in time to get their animals and, everything that they can get that they love, man, including those animals. So I just wanted to say special shout out to everybody in Southern California. Hopefully it's not going to be long before it's all over, but good luck in repairing everything and getting everything back to where you wanted it. But I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that was here tonight. Thank you to the guys on the panel. Love these brothers right here. And we have some good conversations. Sometimes it's testy and we don't like some of the shit that's coming out of the next person's face, but it's all out of respect and love. And we appreciate you guys again for being here. Super duper shout out to Mitch Osborne. And I'm going to say this particularly to you. There's a certain time when we get a super chat or 2 or 3 or however many we get. But this time in particular is really, really important because we can use the help. We can definitely use the help. And that is going to really, really help us out right now. So thank you, Mitch. Just don't think you gave that super chat to somebody that really don't give a shit. We really give a shit over here. And I can really use that money to pay these bills around here. And we need that. So welcome you, any and everybody that wants to send one. We can use it right now. But I got to get out of here with these famous words. And I'll leave you with this. People, if you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. If you can't, it's just a figment of your imagination and it's only in your mind. But with that being said, we are out.